Ladies and gentlemen, gather round your radios for a journey back in time. Step into the golden age of radio, where captivating stories and unforgettable characters come to life. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where the magic of vintage audio dramas awaits.
That's right. Prepare to be transported to an era when families huddled around the radio, eagerly awaiting their favorite shows. It's a world where imagination runs wild and storytelling reigns supreme. Get ready to experience the nostalgia and charm of old-time radio like never before.
Join us as we bring you a curated lineup of 30-minute episodes that will whisk you away to a bygone era. Discover thrilling mysteries that keep you on the edge of your seat, heartwarming dramas that tug at your heartstrings, and side-splitting comedies that leave you in stitches.
Picture this: dimmed lights, crackling static, and the sound of a needle dropping on a vinyl record. As the stories unfold, let your imagination paint vivid scenes in your mind's eye. From distant lands to roaring cities, let your senses come alive as you become part of the story.
Lose yourself in the adventures of daring detectives, follow the triumphs and tribulations of fascinating characters, and journey through time and space with the power of sound. Each episode is a time capsule, preserving the essence of an era when radio was the heartbeat of entertainment.
But it doesn't end there. Golden Age Radio is not just a stroll down memory lane, it's a chance to create new memories too. Share these timeless stories with your loved ones, introducing them to the magic that captivated generations before us.
So, dust off your radio, dim the lights, and prepare for an evening of enchantment. Tune into Golden Age Radio and let your imagination take flight.
Stay tuned to hear our curated selection of 30-minute episodes. Relive the nostalgia, discover the classics, and immerse yourself in a world of unparalleled entertainment.
Golden Age Radio, where the past comes alive, one episode at a time.
Golden Age Radio, your ticket to timeless storytelling.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/gar, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape! Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, you are swimming for your life in the dangerous waters off the Florida Gulf Coast, about to be smashed by a launch carrying a vicious criminal who must kill you or die himself. And on shore, 500 yards away, the police are waiting to arrest you for murder, and there can be no escape.
All right, buddy. This is the end of the line.
Thanks for the ride.
Don't mention it. Compliments of Miami Police. Now, you see that sign?
Yeah, I see it.
Read it.
What's the matter? Don't they teach you cops to read?
I said read it.
Miami, city limits.
Good. See that you stay on the other side of that sign. We don't take kindly to bums down here.
I tell you, I'm not a bum. I came down here to take a job.
Sure. You guys always have jobs. That's why you come down and sleep in our city parks as soon as it gets cold up north. Well, now get going. And keep going. And don't come back.
Don't come back, he says. Fat chance. One night on the streets and you're a vagrant. They give you a cot in the city jail and some coffee and spud nuts in the morning and escort you out of town. Every step I took was away from that place, and that was all right, too. They could have their sunshine and their orange juice. All I wanted was a ride north, anywhere north. But one after another cars passed me up until my thumb got tired. I walked almost all the way to Fort Lauderdale. I got a ride into Pompano, and then I hoofed it again. It was getting hot. Took off my jacket and carried it. It was near Delray Beach that the big new Nash sedan swooped down around the curve from the opposite direction, and suddenly it blew a tire. The car swerved, careened across the white line, and was coming straight at me. I jumped out of the way and ran, my heart pounding like crazy. And then the car stopped miraculously right side up. It was some driving. I walked back to it. There was a red-headed girl in the driver's seat and a man beside her. The man's face was cut.
Darling, you're bleeding. You're parted.
It's nothing. I just hit the windshield.
Can I help?
Yes, you can change the tire. If you do it fast, there's $5 in it for you.
You all right?
It's just a cut. It's nothing. Look, we're in an awful hurry.
Oh, sure. Where do you keep the tools?
Oh, in the back. Here's the key. I'm sorry I scared you. I couldn't help it. The car got out of control.
You sure know how to drive.
Oh, look at that tire. It's a mess. Will it take long to change it?
No, not very.
Oh, it's certainly lucky for us that you were right here to help us. Where are you going?
Well, I was trying to hitchhike. The only ride I got was on the back of a fish truck.
Where are you hiking to?
Any place but Miami.
What's wrong with Miami?
Oh, nothing. It's a great town. But the cops don't like you if you don't have a job.
I should think a good-looking man like you could get a job. Seems to me that... I'm coming.
Good-looking man like me. It's funny she should say a thing like that. And that was what I was thinking about her. Oh, she was beautiful. She was the most alive person I'd ever seen. And yet, she was controlled like a nimber. As I worked on the car, putting on the spare that cost more than the suit I had on my back, I got to wishing that I could afford a car like that, and a girl like that. And I wondered about the guy it all belonged to. He was used to being waited on, you could see that. He sat in the front seat, and the girl sat close to him. Every now and then, she'd look back at me and smile. Couldn't hear what they were talking about, and I was glad. Because I suddenly didn't want to know what he said to her. Ah, a jerk, that's me, a daydreaming jerk.
How are you coming?
Oh, I'm through.
What's your name?
It's Joe Mazurka.
Would you like to go to Miami with us, Joe?
Oh, I can't go to Miami, not without a job.
That's what I mean. You want a job, don't you?
I'm fixing tires?
No. I've been talking to Mr. Ress. If you really want a job, he has one for you.
Are you kidding? He has a job for me in Miami?
Would you like that?
Oh, boy, would I.
Then put the tools away. Come on, let's go.
Now, wait a minute. There's something I want you to know. I had a job. I came down here to take the job as swimming instructor at the Bay Club, but I was a day late and the job was gone.
Oh, so that's how you got those shoulders. Swimming.
Oh. Well, I just wanted you to know that I'm not a bum.
Of course you're not a bum, Joe. Whatever made you think I thought you were?
And, we haven't got all day.
Come on, he's getting impatient.
Yeah, but the job, what kind of a job is it?
Mr. Ress will tell you about it on the way in.
But
You want to go to Miami with us, don't you?
Yeah, I sure do.
Then come on, let's go.
It's this way. I'm a writer.
Oh, sure, Ress. William Ress. You're the guy who wrote Break It Open.
Did you read it?
No. I've been on the go, and I don't have much chance.
But you've heard of me.
Oh, everybody who can read English has heard of you. Your name's in every bookstore window.
Yes, my name, but not my face.
And that's the job.
I don't understand.
Well, you see, if they find out that Bill, Mr. Ress, is in Miami, they'll hound him to death. That's the way it is when a writer is successful. The public thinks they own him. They expect him to be clever at cocktail parties, and he's invited everywhere. He hasn't
Well,
been-
what's wrong with that?
Well, nothing, but it doesn't leave him any time to write.
Ender's trying to tell you that I hate people. All this social claptrap. I want to be left alone so I can work.
I still don't see how I fit in.
Well, you'll be me. That's how you'll fit in. You'll be Bill Ress.
I'll be you?
All right, let's put it this way. You'll be my alter ego. There'll be two of me. You'll handle the social end while I lock myself in someplace and write.
Yeah, but I don't look like you, not a bit.
What's the difference? Nobody knows me down here.
Yeah, but...
Look, do you want the job or don't you?
I don't know. It's a pretty crazy job.
Pays $100 a week in expenses.
$100 a week?
It wouldn't be hard, Joe. Not with me helping you.
Yeah, that's right. Ender could help you.
I could see you from time to time, and, well, I could tell you what to say, how to act.
You would?
You'll take it, won't you, Joe?
It's a crazy job, all right, but I'm a crazy guy. Sure. I'll take it. They coached me all the way into Miami. I memorized facts about him. Where he went to college, what he ate for breakfast, how he felt politically. But there was one thing he didn't tell me, and it was the one thing I couldn't ask. What was his relationship with the girl? That's what I wanted to know more than anything else. We passed the city limits sign, went on into Miami on Biscayne Boulevard. Enda pulled the car up near a cab stand.
Now, you're sure you got it all straight?
I think so.
All right, Enda, give him some money.
Oh, yes. Here, Joe.
Thank you. $500?
Yes. I want you to buy some good clothes and a couple of good traveling bags. You're a successful writer, remember? You've got to look good.
And check in at a good hotel.
The Ronnie Plaza.
Yes, that'll be fine. Ronnie Plaza.
Aren't you coming with me?
Oh, you'll want to get settled first, Joe. Get yourself a haircut and a manicure. I'll see you tonight.
But what if I should have to get in touch with you before that?
Why? Why would you want to get in touch with her?
Oh, well, you know. Ask some questions about you in case something comes up all of a sudden.
All right. If you need me sooner, you can call me. 99730. Give me your pen, Bill.
But don't bother us unless you have to.
No, I won't.
And, Joe.
Yeah.
You'd better pick up a copy of Mr. Ress's book. It might be rather embarrassing if you didn't know what it was all about.
They drove off, and they left me standing there with my head full of facts on the life and times of Bill Ress, but not one fact about her. I didn't even know what her last name was. Well, there'd be time for that. I did like they told me. I bought some clothes and a suitcase. I got a haircut and a manicure, and I bought the book. Funny. A few hours before, I'd been a vagrant. No job and no money. Now I was set up in the swankiest hotel in Miami. Come in.
Mr. Rez?
Oh, yes.
I'm George Cole. I'm the public relations man for the hotel. This is Walters, our photographer.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Rez.
How are you? Well, come on in.
Oh, thank you. Well, we're certainly excited having you here at the Roney Plaza.
Well, thank you.
We were frankly pretty surprised when you checked in.
Is that so?
We knew you were in Miami. You know how those things get around. Miami's really just a small town. But you have the reputation for being such a recluse.
Well, you know how it is.
I wonder if you'd let us release a little publicity on you.
Well,
we'd like to take some pictures.
Well, all right, sure. Go right ahead. Take all you want. Now, let's see. How about over here by the window? This be all right?
Oh, yeah, that's swell. Hold it a minute, will you?
Oh, it's certainly nice of you to be so cooperative.
I'm glad to.
Got it. Now then, over this way, please.
Walters, I think it would be good to get one of him autographing his book. I took the liberty, Mr. Ress, of bringing up a few copies. Would you autograph them for some of our guests?
Yeah, all right. Have you got a pen?
Oh, certainly. Here.
There, now, that's just fine. Hold it.
Oh,
thank you very much.
Would you autograph this one to Herman and Betty?
To Herman and Betty?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Oh, shall I get it for you?
Oh, no, thanks. I'll answer. Yeah?
Are you Bill Ress?
That's right.
I'm Arnold Springman.
What can I do for you?
Do for me? That's funny.
I beg your pardon?
So you don't even remember my name? Springman. Arnold Springman. Think hard.
What do you want?
You ruined my life, you destroyed my future, and now you don't even remember my name. It's all it meant to you, isn't it? Sensationalism. Muckraking. What do you care if you break a man so long as your book sells?
Now look, you've got the wrong idea.
I guess we'd better be going, Mr. Ress. Come on along, Walters.
No, you wait. I want witnesses. I want the world to know that I'm the one who got rid of Bill Ress.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm gonna kill you.
Kill? Oh, no.
Put that gun away.
Oh, don't shoot, don't. Oh, Mr. Ress, are you all right?
Oh, yes, I'm all right.
Oh, my. It took a lot of courage wrenching that gun away from him like that.
You ruined my life.
When you get the house detective and get this guy out of here.
Oh, yes, sir.
And you get out, too.
Oh, yes.
Don't send anybody up to my room again. Understand?
No, sir. Yes,
nobody.
No, sir. Oh, come along, you.
Operator.
This is the operator.
This is Bill Ress in 416. Get me, let me see, 99730.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ress, the line is busy.
Call me back when you get it, please. As I waited for the operator to get Hend on the line, I leafed through Bill Ress's book. The name Arnold Springman hadn't meant anything to me, but on page 5 it began to mean a lot. He was a small-time political campaign manager, crooked as a broken finger, and Ress's book had exposed him. That's what the book was, an expose of dozens of politicians, large and small, and every one of them had plenty of reason to get rid of Bill Ress. Dozens of potential killers. I realized the spot I was in. I was the clay pigeon for a political muckraker. Hello.
I have 99730 for you now.
Oh, thank you.
Hello?
That you, Ress?
Oh? This is Louis.
Well, is Henda there?
You got the wrong number. This is Louis's pool room.
Operator. Operator.
Yes, sir?
That was the wrong number. Dial it again, please. 99730.
Right away, sir.
Good, I'll hold the phone.
Louis's pool room. Louis talking.
Is this 99730?
Oh, it's you again. Yeah, this is 99730.
Is Bill Ress there?
Never heard of him.
Are you sure there isn't a girl there by the name of Henda? Tall, slender, red hair?
Look, buddy, the dames have invaded the bowling alleys, but the pool rooms they ain't touched yet. And for that, I'm thankful.
But she gave me this number.
Buddy, for my dough, she gave you the runaround.
I couldn't believe it. But why not? If I was sucker enough to hope I had a chance with her, I deserved the mess I was in. Well, no law said that I had to stay in it. Not even for $100 a week would I stand still and let Bill Ress's enemies take potshots at me. I grabbed my hat, my new $15 hat, and I walked out of the room, took the stairs to the lobby, and went out the side door of the hotel. It was at the corner I heard the newsboy.
Murder famous muckraking author killed Bill Ress dead.
Dead?
Paper Mister, latest edition, just hit the street. All about the Ress murder.
Yes. Give
Here
it
y'all, thank you. Extra, read all about it. Author killed Bill Ress.
Bill Ress dead.
In just a moment, we will return you to the second act of Escape. But first, suppose Junior has cut the telephone wire with your pet jackknife or kitchen shears. That's no reason for not listening to Sing It Again. Of course, if your phone is okay and Dan Seymour does put in one of the big calls to you, there's the chance that you'll win $51,000 in prizes and cash. But Sing It Again is more than prizes. It's a solid hour of tuneful riddle songs and hit music, highly entertaining in themselves, with Alan Dale, Bob Howard, and Eugenie Baird. And it's heard on most of these same CBS stations. So be listening this Saturday, won't you? And now for the second act of Escape.
I stood there holding the newspaper that said the man I was impersonating had been murdered. I was on the spot and I knew I had to do something fast. But suddenly it was done for me.
Joe!
Huh?
Over here, Joe!
Henda!
Hurry up, get in. I'm blocking traffic.
I tried to get you. That number you gave me, 99730, that's a pool room.
99730? Oh, Joe, no, it's 99703.
Oh. Well, anyway, he's dead. The newsboy's yelling that he's been murdered.
I didn't dream it'd work out like this.
Who killed him?
I don't know. A lot of people hated him.
I know that. One of them took a shot at me.
At you? Did you tell anyone you were Bill Ress?
Did I tell him? Of course I told them. I signed the register, I autographed some books, they took my picture.
Oh, that's terrible.
But you told me to.
I know.
Well, what does it mean? I'm all mixed up.
Well, they'll think you did it. You can't go back to the hotel.
Where are we going?
Matacumbe. They won't find you there.
Matacumbe? What is that?
It's an island, one of the keys.
Well, wouldn't it be better if I went to the police? I haven't done anything wrong.
You impersonated another man. You signed his name. And now he's dead, murdered. How will that look for you?
Yeah, but that was my job. You were there. You heard him hire me. You can tell them that... Well, can't you?
No, Joe. That's just the trouble. I can't tell them anything.
I don't get it. Why not?
Bill was married. Oh, he was going to get a divorce, but he was still technically married.
He was going to marry you?
Yes, but nobody knew about me. I never met any of his friends. Nobody ever saw us together. As far as the world is concerned, I don't even know Bill Ress. You see, Joe, I wouldn't be a very good alibi for you. I've got to keep out of this mess, too.
I see. I was still mixed up as we drove south on the overseas highway across the twisted chain of islands that is the Florida Keys. The air was fresh and sharp off the sea. The sun was just setting. Riding there beside this gorgeous girl, I couldn't honestly say that I was sorry Ress was dead. In a cockeyed sort of way, I was glad. It was at an isolated spot on one of the islands that she pulled off the highway into a deserted lane that ended in a dock. There was a corrugated sheet metal shack at the end of the lane. She pulled the car into a shed.
This is Lower Matacumbe.
Doesn't look like much.
And there's the yacht out there.
Yacht?
Oh, didn't I tell you? We're going out in the yacht.
But you said we were going to stay at Matacumbe.
This is still Florida, all the way down to Key West. You'll be safer on the yacht. It belongs to a friend of mine, Ernie Castillo. He'll take good care of us.
Yeah, but where is it going?
Oh, it isn't going anywhere. Ernie gets seasick, so he just keeps it at anchor all season.
Oh. And, how are we going to get out to it?
That's strange. The speedboat was supposed to be waiting here for me. Well, come on, let's go into the saloon. I'll phone them.
The sheet metal shack was an honest-to-goodness saloon. Sawdust on the floor, pictures of boxers over the mirror, chipped beer mugs. The only actual modern note was the radio, and that was an old Atwater Kent. The saloon was presided over by a talkative Cuban.
Cerveza? You want another glass, maybe?
No, thank you. I'm just waiting for the lady to make a phone call.
Then better you have cerveza. When a lady goes into a phone booth, goodbye, you wait. I like radio music. I like fish fishing. What do you like?
Well,
Amberjack, they call me. Amberjack is good guy, it's good fish. But bonefish I like best.
News bulletin. In connection with the murder of Bill Ress, the police...
Bonefish is a tough baby to
cry. ...built young man of about 26 or 28 who has been posing publicly as the author. He was last seen at the Roni Plaza Hotel, where he was wearing a gray flannel suit and a dark red tie. He is about 6 feet tall, muscular, with light wavy hair and dark eyes. The police are watching every avenue of escape out of Florida. If you have any information leading to his whereabouts, please notify your local police.
The police all the time look for somebody. Gray suit, dark tie. Could be anybody. Could be you.
Yeah.
I like to be police. All the time ride the motorcycle, go fast like anything.
Joe.
Yeah, I'll be seeing you.
Come again, young fellas. Always got plenty of cerveza.
Joe, come on, the motorboat's here.
Henda, I'm going to go to the police.
Joe, you can't do that.
Why, Henda, why? Did you kill him?
Did I? Of course I didn't. Why do you ask that?
Well, then you've got to come with me. You got to make him believe me.
But I can't. Oh, here comes the man Ernie sent in with the speedboat. Come on.
Oh, no, Henda, you've got to help me.
You ready to go, Hendo?
Yes, Chuck, we're ready.
No, we're not. Go on back to the boat.
I don't take orders from you.
Oh, get lost.
Don't be stubborn, Joe. He came to get us, and we're going with him.
Well, maybe you are, but I'm going back to Miami.
Oh, no, you're not.
What?
Show him what I mean, Chuck.
Sure, glad to.
Feel better, Joe?
Oh.
Would you like me to get you a drink?
No.
Come on, relax.
Ooh.
Don't get up so fast. It'll make you dizzy.
You can quit being charming. You made your point. We're on the yacht.
Now, isn't this better than going to the police? It's so quiet out here. So peaceful.
So you killed him?
No, I killed him.
What?
I said I killed him.
Oh, I must be losing my mind. You're supposed to be dead, Ress.
Not Ress. My name is Castillo, Ernie Castillo.
Castillo? But you're the guy that hired me to double for Ress.
That's right. Maybe I better straighten you out. I killed Bill Ress this morning at Delray Beach. Reason? He was writing a new book exposing the narcotics syndicate. Matter of fact, it was to be my biography.
Delray Beach, of course. That's where the newsboys said he was killed. That's where you were coming from when you picked me up this morning.
Right again. I killed Ress and I disposed of his longhand notes on the new book.
Why'd you drag me into it? Why'd you bring me here?
Very simple. To give the police a definite suspect. Ress's impersonator, you. Henda was to pick you up later tonight, but they found Ress's body sooner than we counted on. She just made it in the nick of time, don't you think?
So I was your red herring, huh?
We got the idea while you were changing the tire. It worked fine.
Oh, sure, it worked fine. Why'd you have to pick on me? Who is he anyway? A joker on the road, a guy without a job, a vag, huh?
You're getting emotional, Joe.
You think you can hold me? You're crazy.
Are we? By now, some smart newspaper man has his byline on a story explaining why you did it.
Oh? Suppose you tell me why I did it.
Maybe you've been impersonating Russ for a long time. He caught up with you and you killed him.
That won't stand up. What about that book of his? It's full of names of people who'd be happy to see him dead.
That's true, but you've run away, Joe. That's the most damaging fact of all. You've run away, and the police will keep looking for you.
And they won't find you.
There had been just the three of us on deck, and now I was conscious of others. 2 or 3 men, including the one who had slugged me. They were securing the motor launch to the deck. Even as they worked, I could feel them concentrating on me. It was like waiting for someone to give a signal. What's that? What's that noise?
The anchor.
The anchor? We're sailing?
Right out to sea. Your last voyage, Joe. Way, way out to sea.
The engine started up and the yacht began to move, nosing into the Atlantic. I looked back at Matacumbi Key, at the overseas highway silhouetted against a dusky sky, a little fishing boat innocently anchored near the reefs, only a couple of 100 yards away. That's all they were, a couple of 100 yards. There was one wild, crazy chance, and I took it.
Stop it! Get it!
It's diving overboard!
Over the launch! Jump on after it!
There was one thing I knew how to do. It's swim. I could just get to the reefs before they could get that boat in the water and come after me. I was less than 50 yards off the reefs now. 50 yards from the little fishing boat. I looked back just as that motor launch hit the water. And Ress was in it. And he came right at me. He was going to cut me in two. I swam faster. A few more strokes, I'd be at the fishing boat. I could already see the guy in it.
Hey, look out! That motorboat! You idiot! Get away! Get away from me!
I grabbed a hold of the fishing boat's gunwale just as the launch swerved to avoid collision.
You crazy jerk! You want to kill somebody? Hey, look at that. He's out of control. He's heading for the rocks. Crazy nut. He'll crack up. Hey, what a mess.
Give me a hand up, will you? Pull me in the boat.
Sure. Hey, you know that guy almost killed you.
Yeah.
You all right?
Oh, I'm great. Just get me to the police.
Here he is, Lieutenant. The mysterious Mr. X.
Look, I tell you, I didn't do it. I didn't kill anybody. I was hired by Ress. I mean Cristillo. Cristillo and that girl. They picked me up on the highway. They were both in her.
Relax. Take it easy.
What?
Cristillo is dead, and the Coast Guard picked up the girl.
Oh, did she tell you?
Sure. She talked. They always talk.
Oh, I was afraid you wouldn't believe me.
Well, when they booked you, we thought you could have done it. That crazy cock and bull story you told about working for him. But when we checked the blotter, we knew you couldn't have killed Bill Ress at all.
Oh, you knew?
Well, sure. You know, when are you guys going to learn to come to the police when you get into trouble? We knew all along you couldn't have killed him because the murder was committed between 6 and 8 a.m. You were right here in the Miami jail until after 8:30.
Oh, then I'm free?
Why, sure. Like a bird.
Thanks.
Regan?
Yes, sir?
Okay. He's all yours.
What do you mean?
Come on, buddy. Let's go.
Oh, no, hey, wait a minute.
Come on, I said. Okay, buddy. See that sign?
Yes, I see the sign. It says Miami City Limits.
That's right. Now...
Oh, wait a minute. I know. You want me to stay on the other side of that sign. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Now get going. Keep going. And don't come back, yeah? Because the next time you're liable to get yourself in some real trouble.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Danger at Matacumbi by John and Gwen Bagney. Featured in the cast were Frank Lovejoy as Joe, Marie Windsor as Henda, and Ted DeCourcy as Ress. Also heard were Rick Vallon, Robert Clark, Harry Bartell, Dee Tatum, Jerry Hausner, and Larry Dobkin. Special music was composed and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week...
You are the prisoner of Mr. 3 from the land of 1. You're being driven like an animal toward the giant spaceship from which you know there can be no escape.
Next Next week, we escape to the forbidding valley of the Infernal River high in the Peruvian Andes, a valley from which no traveler has ever returned, as T.S. Stribling tells it in his science fiction classic, Green Splotches. Goodbye, then, until the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. Whether your hair is long or whether it's short, musically speaking, that is, you'll get a kick out of that hour of music with Vaughn Monroe and Gene Autry, heard on most of these same CBS stations every Saturday night. Vaughn is here with the 5 top tunes of the week as chosen by Variety magazine, and Gene Autry comes riding with the best in Western music and song. CBS cordially invites you to join Vaughn Monroe and Gene Autry every Saturday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. Better things for better living through chemistry. That phrase expresses the objective of every member of the DuPont organization. And DuPont now invites you to another evening of the summer musical series in the Cavalcade of America. Arthur Pryor, America's foremost bandmaster, is with us again with his concert band. He is here to present interesting examples in the history of musical development in America from the gay 90s on. On April 7, 1889, as a desire to encourage literary expression in the public schools of Washington, the Washington Post offered prizes for essays written by the students of the capital. John Philip Sousa, then the leader of the United States Marine Band, was asked to write a march in commemoration of the occasion and to play it for the first time on the day the prizes were awarded. Mr. Sousa was greatly pleased with the idea, and the result was the famous Washington Post March, which Arthur Pryor and his band will play as an open. America's most popular dance, and Sousa's marches, especially the Washington Post, were in great demand. In Europe, The Washington Post March became such a symbol of that particular dance that the dance step itself was known as a Washington Post. At the World's Fair in Chicago in 1893, Theodore Thomas, famous orchestral conductor, was named as director of music. And during the spring and summer, Sousa's band was engaged to play at that famous exposition. This evening, we want to reenact an incident that took place that summer while Sousa's band was playing one of its concerts. Thousands of people attended each appearance of Sousa, but we will listen to one couple, a man and his wife, who are in Chicago doing the fair. They are seated in the rear of the amphitheater.
Joe,
Yes?
it's great, isn't it?
Well, of course it is. It's Sousa's.
I mean, it's great after a day at the exhibits and seeing them midway from one end to the other just to relax and listen to good music.
Sure. Hey, Emma, where do you think you are? Hush, hush.
What's the matter?
Why, you were singing with the band.
I can't help it, Joe. It makes me want to sing.
You'll annoy everyone around us.
Is it any worse than you keeping your foot going?
Well, I can't help keeping time to a band, but you don't have to sing.
I'm sorry.
Everybody's looking at us.
Oh, dear.
See that man back there walking our way? I hope he isn't calling an usher to put us out.
The man who heard the conversation of this unidentified couple was Mr. Tomlins, the assistant musical director of the exhibition. And during the intermission, he speaks to John Philip Sousa.
You know, Mr. Sousa, when you were playing one of those numbers, there were a lot of people who had all they could do not to sing along with you.
Tomlins, that's an idea. Everyone likes to sing. Do you mind if I try something?
Why, no, Mr. Sousa.
Second part, Mr. Sousa. Coming? We'll see how this works, Tomlins. Ladies and gentlemen, our next number is a medley of popular songs. We're going to ask you all to sing along with us. I'm sure you know all the words, and if you don't, just sing anyway. We'll start with Two Little Girls in Blue. The band played on.
This experiment proved so successful that during the engagement of Sousa's band at the World's Fair, it was repeated many times. And today, just as in the gay 90s, the rhythm of a band is contagious, whether it's a great concert organization or the little street band on the corner. One of the most popular of all band tunes is the National Emblem March by E.E. Bagley, which Arthur Pryor and his band will now play. The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, moves on. After the Chicago World's Fair, with its successful Midway, amusement parks sprang up throughout the country. To many of us, this would be a true impression of an amusement park. No amusement park is complete without its bandstand, where people can sit in the open and listen to their musical favorites. Many of our parks eliminate the concessions and similar features and specialize in musical entertainment only. Music for the Millions is heard at Willow Grove outside Philadelphia, Asbury Park, New Jersey, Ravinia Park, Chicago, the Zoo at Cincinnati, Delmar Gardens at St. Louis, Long Beach, California, to mention some of the better-known parks. The band has done much to make us familiar with the works of the great masters and also the delightful operettas, such as The Vagabond King by Rudolph Trimmel. Arthur Pryor and his band will play selections from that stirring and tuneful musical comedy. Many people still believe that a band plays mostly marches. But in the repertoire of every band are a number of musical compositions that are written especially for band instrumentation. They are called descriptives, and without one of them, no band concert is really complete. Such a selection is The Hunting Scene by Bucalossi, which is brought to us by Arthur Pryor and his band. Early bands, or brass bands as they were designated, were made entirely of brass instruments with a fife and drum corps on the side, and were incapable of the delicate shadings of a modern concert band. A beautiful example of the colorful possibilities of instrumentation for a concert band is found in Friedemann's Slavonic Rhapsody, as interpreted by Arthur Pryor and his band. Now DuPont wants to turn the calendar back 25 years to begin a story of chemistry. The scene is on a very dusty country road. It's Sunday afternoon. Father and mother out for a spin in their big touring car, complete with gas headlamps and everything.
Well, it's getting on toward dark, Father. We'd better be getting back home.
All right. Just as soon as I find a lane to turn round in.
Well, there's one right to left there.
Yeah, sure enough. Oh, darn.
Well, what now?
The tire blew up.
Tires. They're always causing trouble.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. Not these 4 new ones. Now look at the mileage we've had without a single bit of trouble.
What?
Almost 2,500 miles.
2,500 miles. Why, that's wonderful, isn't it?
It's very good mileage. We mustn't complain about it.
And there really wasn't cause for complaint over mileage like that in the old days. But today it's a different story. A recent issue of the Saturday Evening Post gave some interesting then and now figures about tires. For instance, in 1910, a tire that would run 2,500 miles cost about $25. Today, a tire from which we expect 15,000 miles and often get 30,000 can be purchased for about $12. Think of it. Up 10 times the mileage at less than half the cost and with greater safety every mile. What brought about this startling improvement? Well, the greatly improved methods employed by tire manufacturers, of course, and products of chemical research. Let's look at the way an old tire and a new one are made. The old tire had to be cured or vulcanized 3 or 4 hours. Thanks to chemical products called accelerators, the new tire is vulcanized in 1/10 of the time. This improves the quality of the rubber and at the same time helps reduce the cost of the finished product. The old tire, as many of you remember, cracked and began to deteriorate after a period of exposure to the elements, especially hot sun. Well, the new tire doesn't suffer that way because research has contributed chemical products called antioxidants, which resist the action of oxygen. That means they help the new tire stand up much better under heat and the constant flexing that modern low-pressure tires have to take every time the wheel goes round. So today's tires not only carry you much, much farther, but practically eliminate the old-time bugaboo of tire trouble and give you greater safety and comfort at a cost few dreamed possible 25 years ago. DuPont chemists working with the rubber industry have perfected a number of the chemical products which play such an important part in improving the rubber used in tires and countless other articles from elastic bands to hot water bottles. This work, contributing as it does to the daily comfort and convenience of all of us, provides one more illustration of the DuPont pledge: better things for better living through chemistry. Next week at this same time, our program will tell stories of American bands at home and abroad. Arthur Pryor and his band will again be heard when DuPont continues the first group in its summer musical series, In the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Good evening, Crete. Tonight your Mystery Playhouse presents Inner Sanctum.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host inviting you in through the squeaking door. I just left a friend of mine. He runs an all-night billiard academy near the cemetery. As after midnight, he uncovers the ghoul tables. But no rough stuff in his place. No, he settles all arguments by arbitration. Simply lifts the shroud and points out they haven't a leg to stand on. believes the old motto that a fiend in need is a fiend indeed. Now, dust off the edge of your chair, because that's where you'll be sitting for the rest of this half hour, and listen to Murder Comes at Midnight. This is the story of how one average family, even as yours and mine, spent a quiet night at their rented country house. A night of terror. As I said, the Cannings were just an average family. Harry was 29 and worked as a sound engineer for a broadcasting studio in the city. Ethel was 27 and had been a school teacher before she was married. Now she was kept pretty busy between writing the great American novel and taking care of Judy, her 7-year-old daughter. This was the first year they had rented a house in the country for the summer, and Ethel didn't take much to the idea of being alone either.
At first, I didn't know what it was that woke me. Perhaps it was because I was expecting Harry. He phoned that he was working overtime. He wouldn't be home till after midnight. I didn't like the idea of his driving 60 miles from this city at that hour. Or maybe it was just because I wasn't used to being alone with Judy in the old house. I got out of bed. I opened the connecting door to Judy's room. She was sleeping quietly. I closed the door softly, went across to my window. Something had awakened me. What? Was it a sound I heard in my sleep? Or was it a premonition? I looked out the window. The night was dark with 1,000 secrets. Harry should have been home by this time. My watch showed a few minutes after 12. Maybe he'd had an accident. Maybe that's why I awakened. Some sort of telepathy. And then I saw the headlight. It was Harry. He was turning in our road. The headlight phased me for a moment as he swung into our driveway. Everything was all right then. I'll be right down, Harry. Breathlessly, I raced downstairs to let him in. I was so happy I could cry. It was only then I realized what tension I'd been under, all because of my silly fears. I unlocked the door quickly. Oh, Harry, I was so worried.
Sorry to bother you so late, miss. Had an accident with my car.
Oh, I thought you were my husband.
Oh, sorry to disappoint you.
Oh, no, I'm afraid you can't come in. My husband isn't home yet.
Well, it won't be for long. Oh,
my heavens, you're hurt. It's your arm.
Hurt in the accident. Afraid it's broken.
Oh, you poor man. Here, sit down. Sit down right here.
Oh, that's better.
Yes. Your arm's so limp. Do you really think it's broken?
I can't tell. It's kind of numb.
Oh, dear, I feel so helpless. I don't know what to do. I took a first aid course during the war, but I don't remember a thing. Maybe I better call Dr. Schultz.
Oh, please, don't go to the trouble.
It's no trouble. The phone's right here.
I said no, doctor.
But it's all
Put
right.
down that phone, please.
I don't understand.
Maybe you understand this.
A gun?
Put the phone down.
Who are you?
I'll ask the questions from now on. Your name's Canning, isn't it?
How did you know?
Name's on the door, isn't it?
Oh.
What kind of phone is that?
What do you mean?
Party line?
No, it's a private wire.
Can you dial, or do you have to ask the operator for the number?
No, you just dial.
Good. Push the phone over here to the side of the table.
Who were you going to call?
The phone, please.
You better get out of here before my husband comes home.
Oh, how do you think he'd make out in an argument with this?
Oh.
The phone. Thank you. Now step back a little. That's good. I have to put this gun down while I make my call. It's arm of mine. But you understand that I can pick it up faster than you could reach it from there, don't you?
Yes, I understand.
I see. We'll get along all right. Oh, operator, get me Plaza 99970. Yeah, I'm hurt, please. Well, this is 864.
Please. After your phone call, you get out. Before my husband comes home. He's late already.
You wouldn't turn an injured man out of your house in the middle of the night. Oh, hello. Linda? That's right. I had a little trouble. I hurt my arm. Look, I think you'd better come up here. Yeah, and bring Fred and Doc Stetson along. No. Everything's fine. Won't be any trouble. I'm a guest of some very good friends up here. Canning's the name. Well, you drive up Highway 26 through Accord and turn right when you pass the first gas station. It's just a mile from there. You ought to be here by 6 in the morning. There'll be a light in the downstairs window. Right, Linda. See you in the morning.
You can't stay here all night. You've got
Shut
to go.
up. What's that over there? Radio?
Yes.
Pretty big.
It's the sending and receiving set. Harry built it himself. He's a radio engineer.
Can you get shortwave? Police calls?
Yes?
Turn it on.
But I don't...
Turn it on.
No.
Well, getting brave, huh?
I don't think you'd dare to shoot me. It would be murder. They'd send you to the chair. Now you get out of here. You call your friends and tell them to meet you someplace else. Now there, I've opened the door. Now get out.
Worried about your husband, aren't you? Afraid of what'll happen to him if he comes home now, huh?
I want you to go away. And if you don't go now, I'll run out and scream for help. There are other houses in this neighborhood, and somebody will hear me.
Oh, go ahead and run.
What?
I won't shoot you.
You won't?
I don't have to.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't dare to run out and leave your kid upstairs. That little red-headed kid with the cute curls. Judy.
How do you know I have a daughter?
Easy. The doll carriage over there.
How do you know she has red curls?
Maybe I guessed it.
And her name, too?
Turn on that radio.
All right.
Junctions on Highway 26. All cars must be searched, every passenger positively identified. Officers are warned to exercise extreme caution. Though believed to be wounded, he's armed and dangerous. I will repeat, Arnie Bishop, known as the Gentleman Killer, escaped from custody on board the Allegheny Limited at 11 o'clock while being escorted to the death house at the state prison. He's thought to be heading north in the direction
Turn it
of
off. Now you know who I am.
Arnie Bishop. You're Arnie Bishop.
How many rooms in this house?
6.
Fine. My friends and I will stay here for a few days. It'll make a fine hideout.
What will you do when my husband comes home?
Don't worry about him. Now, suppose we go in the kitchen, then you can make me something to eat.
Wait.
Huh?
Why did you choose this house to come to? This house of all others.
Can't you guess?
Yes, I think so. How did you know Judy's name? And about the color of her hair?
Ah, you're getting warm.
My husband, Harry. Harry told you.
Oh, you know, you're pretty smart.
Oh, please, don't you have any pity at all? Tell me what you did to Harry.
He's not hurt much. I just tapped him on the head. He picked me up on the road, gave me a lift. I pumped him, found out all about this house and about you and Judy. Then I knocked him out and kept going. It was pretty tough driving with one hand, but I made it.
Where's Harry now?
In the back of the car. He can't get loose.
I'm going out to...
Stay where you are.
But Harry's hurt. I can't leave him out there alone.
About this little red-headed kid of yours, where does she sleep? Upstairs?
You wouldn't hurt her.
Better stay here if you want to make sure.
Oh, no.
That's better. Now, suppose we have something to eat.
Now let's return to the little white shingled house on the hill, where Ethel Canning is entertaining her uninvited guest, Arnie Bishop. You know, he's a pretty courageous guy for an ex-convict. But then maybe he has the courage of his convictions. But Arnie isn't so smart, tangling with a red-headed gal. He ought to recall that old ditty. How's it go? Beware of a girl with deep red hair. A man is safer in the electric chair. But who can tell how a tale will end out in a sanctum? Let's join them in the kitchen.
Oh, excellent bacon and eggs. I'm sure my friends will like cooking when they come.
More coffee?
Yes, please. Careful.
Oh, I was only reaching for the coffee cup.
I thought you might have ideas about grabbing this.
There's your coffee.
What time is it?
20 after 2?
Uh-huh. 3.5 hours to go before my friends get here.
How will they get through the roadblock?
Oh, you leave it to them.
Oh.
What's that?
That's the telephone. It's in the living room.
You better get to it. Oh, you don't let go of that gun.
Oh.
You shouldn't have tried that.
What are you going to do?
Answer that telephone first. Get going.
Yes.
Anybody in the habit of calling you at this hour?
No.
All right, answer it. But be careful what you say.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Canning. Oh. It's for you.
Oh. All right. Lay the receiver down on the table and walk away. That's far enough. Don't try anything. Hello? Linda? What, did you get started yet? Oh, where are you? What? Roadblock. Well, you've got to get through. I need Doc Stetson. You've got to make it, Linda. I can't stay awake forever. All right. Do your best. Call me back later. Oh.
What's the matter, Mr. Bishop? Are your friends falling down on you?
Shut up. I've got to think.
Oh, you don't have anything to worry about, Mr. Bishop? Aren't you a guest of the Cannings in the little white shingled house a mile off Highway 26 north of Accord?
Oh, you can be sarcastic, too.
Oh, I wouldn't dare be sarcastic to you, Mr. Bishop. Especially when you have that gun. And with my husband unconscious in the car, and you threatening to harm my child. Oh, no. No, you still hold all the cards, Mr. Bishop, and you're such a big, strong, brave man.
What are you trying to do? Get me mad enough to kill you?
Aren't you going to kill me anyway?
What makes you think that?
Because you're a killer by instinct, Mr. Bishop. It's easier for you to kill than to do anything else. I wonder why you didn't murder my husband instead of just knocking him out. Was it because you thought you might need him?
Well, you're not afraid of me anymore.
No, I'm not. No, I just realized I can't afford to be afraid.
What?
I'm a woman fighting for her family, for Harry and Judy. And I've got to use all my wits against you. I can't afford to be afraid.
That's some scheme in that crazy little brain of yours.
Yes, Mr. Bishop, I have. I think I found the chink in your armor. You're a coward.
Me?
Yes, you. You're the one who's afraid now. Your friends aren't coming. You have a wound in your arm that needs treatment, and you know you can't trust me. You don't dare close your eyes even for 5 minutes. And you may have to stay here for several days. How do you like the prospect of staying awake night and day, watching me every minute of the time, afraid that you might drop off to sleep at any minute?
Oh, that's how you figure it, huh?
Maybe you better kill us all right now, Mr. Bishop. That would be easy, wouldn't it? Just 3 bullets. Then you wouldn't have to worry about watching anyone.
That's an excellent idea, Mrs. Canning.
Yes. But then you'd have other things to worry about.
Such as?
This is Saturday morning. The milkman will come to collect for the week's milk. The neighbors will stop by to ask if I want my marketing done. And what will you do? Skulk in the cellar while they ring the doorbell?
Yeah.
And then there's the police.
What about the police?
They'll surely search this part of the country. They'll be making inquiries at all the houses. Do you want them to find the car outside? With Harry in it?
Oh. You figured all the angles, huh? You know, you're pretty smart, Mrs. Canning. I think you're even smarter than Linda. But you forget one thing.
Yes?
You forget that little girl upstairs.
What do you mean?
Come along and I'll show you. Upstairs.
You stay away from Judy. Oh!
Maybe you think you've got everything figured out, but I'm still the boss. Gun muscle hurts, doesn't it? Now, shall we go upstairs? That's better. So you think Arnie Bishop is licked, huh? Mm-hmm. Which is Judy's room?
What are you going to do to her?
Which is Judy's room? Or you're going to make me open all the doors to find out?
No. It's that one.
All right, let's go in. So you first, Mrs. Canny.
I warn you, if you hurt
You first, Mrs. Canny.
Please don't wake her.
Very pretty child. How peaceful she looks. And innocent. You know, childhood's the best time of life. It's almost a pity to grow up out of it.
You couldn't hurt her.
Oh, I assure you, Mrs. Canning, I won't lay a hand on her. Oh, no, not on a beautiful child like that.
No.
But, I've got to protect myself. Let's see. That's the connecting door to your room, isn't it?
Yes.
There's a key in the door. Lock it, please. Now, give me the key. Thank you. Now, we'll go out the way we came in. I'll take the key out of this door, too. Thanks. You first. Now, we'll lock this door on the outside. There you are. Everything's set.
You just want to make sure she doesn't get out?
Yeah, something like that.
Huh?
Now, will you pull the mattress and sheets off your bed and bring them out here, please?
Are you going to sleep in front of her door?
Do as I say.
All right.
I'll help you.
I don't understand. Why do you want to sleep out here?
Norm. Everything just the way I want it. The mattress against Judy's door.
But you can't sleep on it that way, half up against the door.
I didn't say I was going to sleep on it.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Mrs. Canning, we'll see if you can figure out how to beat this angle. What would happen if I were to put a match to this mattress and bedding?
Oh, no!
This whole floor would be in flames in 5 minutes. With both doors locked, Judy wouldn't have much of a chance.
Oh, no!
Still think Arnie Bishop is licked, Mrs. Canning? You're right about one thing, Mrs. Canning. I am in a corner. With this bum arm, I've got no chance of running if the police come. So if they do, and if I'm cornered, I'll set a match to this mattress and fight them off till the whole house is just a bunch of rubble with Judy in it. You understand me thoroughly, Mrs. Canning?
Yes.
So it's up to you to see that the police don't come. You're going to lie for me, Mrs. Canning, and you're going to cheat for me, and you're going to kill for me if necessary, because I always have a match ready. Now, do you still feel like trying any tricks?
I'll do whatever you say.
More like it. Now, the first thing you're to do, go downstairs and run that car into the garage. Get it out of the way. But don't touch your husband. Don't even look in the back of the car. I'll be watching, understand?
Yes.
Glad we understand each other at last. Let's go. I'll be standing right here in the driveway, so don't try any tricks.
I won't.
Remember, I'm watching.
Harry? Harry, dear, can you hear me? Harry? Harry? Oh, he's still unconscious. There's blood on his head.
Mrs. Canning.
Yes, I'm coming.
You did take a look at him, didn't you?
No.
All right.
No.
All right, come inside. Beautiful night, isn't it?
It'll be morning soon.
What time is it?
Almost 6. The milkman should be here soon.
Oh, well, here's where you start lying for me. After you, madam. Now, I'm going to sit right here in this chair with my hand in my pocket. And in my hand's the gun. Understand?
Yes. That's the milkman.
You'll tell him I'm your cousin, just visiting here for a few days.
He'll wonder why you're up so early.
Let him wonder. Go on, answer.
Good morning, Mrs. Canning. I'm the new milkman on the route. Hope I didn't wake you up.
Come in, please.
That's 2 bottles of milk you wanted this morning and a bottle of cream.
Yes, you can put them on the table there.
All right.
Oh, this is my cousin. He's visiting us for a few days.
Oh, how are you?
Hello?
You have my bill?
Yeah, I got it right here in my pocket. Here.
Hey, is that...
That's right, Bishop. It's a gun. Sit still and take your hand out of your pocket very carefully.
Okay. You win. But how come a milkman with a gun?
I borrowed this coat from the regular milkman. I'm Sergeant Wright, State Police.
What?
Kevin.
State Police? How did you know I was here?
Mrs. Canning told us.
She? Well, how? I didn't let her out of my sight.
She broadcast it to us.
Broadcast?
Yes. Over this set, Mr. Bishop. Remember the speech I made you? You didn't know what had come over me. I was really talking to the state police over the short wave. Don't you remember I told you that this was a sending and receiving set, that my husband built it? And when I turned off the short wave signals, I turned the switch to sending. And then I just hoped my message would get through.
I didn't think you were smart enough. And I thought I had you scared stiff. You look like the kind who would scare easy.
Oh, I am, Mr. Bishop, I am. But I warned you. This was a time when I couldn't afford to be scared.
Which all goes to prove that a determined man can always get what he goes after. You remember Bishop tried to get free board and lodging from Ethel Canning. He finally got it, all right, but not exactly where he wanted it. You know, as a matter of fact, Bishop was the type of man who should never have gone in for murder. No, too many risks. He should have specialized in arson. That's always a surefire undertaking.
That was your host, Raymond Edward Johnson, closing the door on Inner Sanctum, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. It's late, Creep, so good night. Sleep tight.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
John was here in this room. I saw him and talked to him. He had a message for me. And while he was here, the room was filled with the odor of musty roses.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of apparition. In the midst of a circle of tall, moaning pines spreads an old mansion, On the second floor, a low light burns in a large bedroom, the bedroom of Elizabeth Kemper, the elderly mistress of the mansion. Mrs. Kemper's husband, John, died suddenly a year ago and left his entire estate to his wife, Elizabeth. Shortly after John's death, Elizabeth brought her husband's sister, Bertha, and Bertha's daughter, Celia, to live with her. Since John's death, Elizabeth's health has gradually failed and she has taken to her bed. In the meantime, Elizabeth's only sister, Mary, has come to live in the great house, and Mary's son, Herbert. Now, long past midnight, Elizabeth tosses in her bed and mumbles.
John, what is it? What do you want? Why don't you say it?
Suddenly, Elizabeth's door bursts open, and Bertha moves into the room and stands beside the bed.
Elizabeth? Elizabeth?
Huh?
Elizabeth! It's Bertha.
Oh, Bertha. Oh, yes, Bertha.
Why did you scream?
Scream? Did I scream?
Yes. Just as I came in the room.
You must have frightened me.
Were you dreaming?
No, I don't think so. But I don't know. I thought John was here.
John? You thought John was here?
Yes. Standing there beside the bed.
Elizabeth, I saw him, too. Just a moment ago.
What?
In my room.
Oh, but that's nonsense. Why should he always appear to you?
I'm his sister.
Yes. Yes, of course.
John was trying to tell me something. Something about you.
What?
He was trying to tell me that you should listen to him.
Listen to him?
Something about the property.
What about the property?
He says he made a mistake.
Mistake?
He says he wasn't killed accidentally. He did it deliberately. He committed suicide.
Suicide? Why should he have done that?
He hasn't explained that. But he says now he knows the truth about everything. He knows that his reason for hating me and cutting me off in his will was unfounded, and he's sorry. He's been trying to reach you, but you aren't receptive.
You claim you've seen John every night since the day he died.
I have, Elizabeth. I swear I have.
I've seen him many times in my dreams. But why doesn't he tell me what he wants?
Some night, Elizabeth, John will reach you in your waking moments. Then you'll believe me.
I can't understand it. He didn't like you, and he told me so. Why should he change now?
Perhaps it would be best if Celia and I left you.
Why should you want to leave all of a sudden?
You have your own sister and her son, Herbert. You won't be alone.
If I only knew what John was trying to say to me.
I've told you what he's been saying to me.
Mother, is anything wrong?
We heard someone scream. At least I thought I did.
No, nothing's wrong. Go back to bed.
Elizabeth, what is it? What's what, Mary?
Oh, dear me, I heard someone scream. What was it? Oh, you're all right, Elizabeth.
Yes, Mary, I had a nightmare, that's all.
Oh.
Well, I was worried. Better go back to bed, all of you. I'll be all right.
Yes. Yes, come along, everybody.
I'll see you in the morning.
Good night.
But, Mother, why do you keep frightening Aunt Elizabeth by telling her about Uncle John?
I'm not frightening her. She should know the truth.
But she is frightened. Why, she's getting worse and worse. Are you sure you have seen Uncle, really?
Do you dare suggest that I'm lying? Is that what you mean, Celia?
No, Mother. I didn't mean that honest.
It's better. And don't you ever say such a thing again.
But why doesn't he appear to Aunt Elizabeth? She only dreams about him.
That's something that can't be answered. There are those who are gifted with the powers to see those who have departed. See them and talk with them. I'm one of those so gifted. Do you understand?
Yes, Mother.
John is trying to get a message to Elizabeth about me. And because he finds it difficult to reach her, he's chosen me as the medium.
What is the message?
He left me nothing in his will because he hated me and thought I hated him.
But you did.
I did not. It was his imagination. But now he's learned the truth. Now he knows I had nothing but his best interests at heart. He's trying to tell Elizabeth to leave all the estate to me. And he will continue to return to this house until his mission is accomplished. Then his soul can rest in peace.
I'm frightened, Mother. I don't want to stay here another day. I can't stand it
You
here.
stay here until I'm ready to leave. Do you hear me?
Yes, Mother. I hear.
Now stop this nonsense and go to bed.
Yes, Mother. I'm sorry.
You'd better be.
In another part of the great house, Herbert is talking with his mother, Mary, Elizabeth's own sister.
Now, Mother, get hold of yourself.
Oh, I'm terribly frightened, Herbert.
Why should you be frightened? Nothing can harm you. What have you to be afraid of?
Oh, there's something awful in this house. I can feel it. I don't want to stay here any longer. We must leave before it's too late.
I'll admit that strange things are going on, but I'm not ready to leave here. Not just yet.
We don't belong here, Herbert.
Elizabeth is your own sister.
I don't think John wants us here.
You really believe that John's spirit is walking around this place every night?
Well, what else?
Then why doesn't he say what he's trying to say and get it over
Well,
with?
I can't stay here much longer. I'll lose my mind.
I can imagine John's not wanting Bertha here, since he stipulated in his will that Aunt Elizabeth must never give Bertha $1 of the estate. But what's he got against you? Nothing.
Oh.
He didn't say that Elizabeth couldn't leave you a part of it.
Well, all I want to do is to get out of this house.
But I don't feel that way about it. Why should you walk out and leave everything to Bertha?
Well, that's why John's staying around here. He doesn't want anyone here.
Well, ghost or no ghost, I'm not walking out at a time like this.
Then I will. I'm leaving here tomorrow.
Oh, no. No, you're not leaving. We're both staying until Aunt Elizabeth makes her will. You're staying here whether you like it or not. You hear?
Yes, Herbert. But nothing good will come of it. I'm convinced of that.
No? Well, we'll see about that. Good night, Mother.
An hour later, Mary has finally dropped off to sleep. Then, as the clock strikes 3, a figure in white slips into Mary's room and stands beside the bed. Slowly, Mary opens her eyes and stifles a scream.
Who is it? What do you want?
I want to talk to you, Mary.
Bertha.
I have a message for you.
A message?
Yes. John is here, standing beside me.
I don't see anyone.
He is here.
What is the message?
John says that Elizabeth is planning to leave the estate to you. But he's learned the truth. He knows that his dislike for me was unfounded. He wants the estate left to me, because it's rightfully mine. And he'll never be able to rest in peace until that is accomplished.
Oh, I don't want it. I don't want any part of the
Then
estate.
if you want to escape this torment, you must convince your sister that John made a mistake. If you accept any part of it, John will never let you rest. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Very well, we'll leave you now. Good night.
Elizabeth, wake up. Oh, what? Wake up. Oh, Mary, what's wrong? You're shaking like a leaf.
He was in my room.
Who? John, he was in my room.
Mary, what are you saying?
He had a message. He said you were planning to leave the estate to me, according to his will. But he made a mistake about Bertha. He wants you to leave it to her, so he can rest in peace.
Mary, are you out of your mind?
No, you must believe me. I don't want any part of the estate. Oh, please promise me. Leave it to Bertha and have done with it. I refuse to accept it.
Get control of yourself, Mary.
I'm leaving here in the morning. I'm frightened. And if you had any sense, you'd leave too. If you stay here, you'll go mad.
Very well, Mary. If that's what you call gratitude, you can go.
Oh, I'm sorry, Elizabeth, but I won't remain another night.
Are you sure you saw John?
Well, no. No, but he was there in my room.
Did you talk with him?
No, that is,
Then how do you know he was there?
Well, Bertha told me he was there.
Bertha? Was she there, too?
Oh, yes. She told me what he wanted. He said he couldn't reach you.
Oh, why should John appear to everyone but me?
Well, I don't know. But I know he was there. I could sense it. I tell you, there was someone in the room with Bertha. It must have been John. Oh, let Bertha have the estate or something terrible will happen to all of us. Oh, please, Elizabeth.
Go to bed, Mary. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yes, Elizabeth.
The next day, Herbert goes into town and pays a visit to Henry Wentworth, Elizabeth's attorney. Wentworth was also John's attorney for many years and was familiar with the family for 2 decades.
Mr. Wentworth, you drew John Kemper's will.
Yes, I did.
Have you any idea why he cut his sister Bertha off without $1?
No, but in the last 5 years, John turned against Bertha. Turned against her violently.
Why?
I don't really know. She was his only sister, and he had no brothers. It was very strange.
What happened to Bertha's husband?
Well, he died about 5 years ago. Committed suicide. He worked with John at one time, Then John set him up in a business of his own. But he went to the wall, and the crash at 29 lost every penny. Just couldn't take it, so he killed himself.
He left nothing?
Nothing but an insurance policy to his wife, Bertha. Didn't amount to much, $5,000, I think.
Were John and Bertha's husband on good terms?
Apparently the best of friends.
How did Bertha's husband die?
Took poison. Overdose of sleeping tablets.
Oh, I see.
But from the day Bertha's husband died, John, her brother, seemed to turn against Bertha and shortly changed his will, cutting Bertha off. I was the only one who knew about it until the will was read.
Have you any idea why he changed the will?
No, none whatever. It was none of my business.
Yes. Well, thank you, Mr. Wentworth. I appreciate your telling me this. Good day.
Then Herbert pays another visit, a visit to Dr. Martin, formerly John Kemper's physician. Dr. Martin is at first reluctant to talk, but finally answers a few questions.
Doctor, you were John Kemper's physician for many years?
Yes, that's right.
Uh-huh. Was there anything wrong with him?
You mean, was he unbalanced?
No. Did he have any severe ailments?
Well, no. The last year or so, he seemed to change considerably, though. Became a bit morose.
Anything wrong with his heart?
Well, yes and no.
Yes and no?
Well, he began to suffer from severe headaches. Took to using a lot of aspirin. Was too much of anything's bad.
He was killed in a car wreck.
Yes, he'd been to the city and was driving back home late at night. Drove off into the ditch.
Did you attend him?
I saw the body shortly after the wreck. He'd been dead about an hour, badly smashed up.
Was it his heart?
Oh, could have been, but I think he went to sleep at the wheel.
Was there an autopsy?
No, it was obvious how he died. His skull had been crushed in.
Mm-hmm. Who had he visited in the city on business?
I don't know. I never thought about it.
Where is John Kemper buried?
In the family vault at the edge of his own estate. Didn't you know that?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes. I'd forgotten. Well, good day, Doctor. And thanks for the information.
Then later that night, the household prepares to settle down to sleep. One by one, the lights go out in the various rooms. And now only that in Elizabeth's room remains.
Will there be anything else, ma'am?
No, Higgins. That'll be all. Has everyone gone to bed?
Oh, yes, ma'am. They've all retired. Is the milk warm enough?
Yes. Good night, Higgins.
Good night, ma'am. I hope you rest well tonight.
Thank you, Higgins.
The moon bathes the estate in its eerie glow. The big clock strikes off the hour. Then, in the distance, there is the howl of a dog. A mournful howl of impending doom. John's dog crying in its loneliness. Across the lawn from the family vault walks a haggard figure in the moonlight. A figure with long white hair walking toward the house. Then a few moments later, the weird figure appears in Mary's room, stands in the shadows, and points at Mary.
What do you want? Who are you?
I am John.
John? Oh, good heavens.
I've come back to talk to you. You must hear me.
I hear you.
I made a great mistake in life. I hated my sister, but I know all things now. Bertha's a good woman. I'm doomed to walk this place without rest until I've made amends. Do you understand?
Yes. Yes, I understand.
If Elizabeth refuses to listen to my pleas and leaves this estate to you, you will never rest a moment under this roof. For I can never leave. It rightfully belongs to Bertha, and to her it must go.
Oh, I don't want it. I don't want any part of it. I won't stay here. I promise. Just let me alone.
I will. If you and your son leave here at once.
We will. Oh, where are you? John? Are you here? John?
Mary gasps and suddenly falls back on her pillow. Poor Mary has fainted dead away. From the darkened stairway, the great clock chimes out the hour, 3 o'clock. Elizabeth, eyes closed but still awake, senses a presence and slowly opens her eyes. Standing close beside her is the white-haired figure, its face hidden in the shadows.
No, Elizabeth. Don't turn on the lights.
Who is it?
You wouldn't want to see me. I've been out there too long.
John! John!
At last I've reached through to you.
Oh, I must be dreaming again.
Not this time.
Why are you whispering, John?
I'm not whispering, Elizabeth. Can't you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What is that odor?
Odor?
Yes, a strange odor. Like the smell of flowers. A musty odor of roses.
Why, I've just come from the vault, Elizabeth.
John, what is it? What do you want?
You're going to make your will tomorrow.
Yes.
Only you can right the wrong I've done.
Wrong?
My father left this estate to me with the understanding that I should leave it to Bertha.
Yes, I know.
I suspected her of wrongdoing and cut her off, and instructed you to do so.
Yes.
But now I know that I was wrong. You must leave the estate to her. You must right my wrongs so that I can go on to my rest.
Yes, John.
If you fail to do this, I shall be doomed to walk this place throughout eternity. And all those who come here shall not know a moment's peace.
Yes, I understand, John.
If you fail me, you too shall suffer my torment with me forever.
Yes, I'll do it. I'll do as you say, only... John.
Your heart, Elizabeth?
Yes,
You haven't much time, Elizabeth. You will be joining me soon. I know.
John, where are you? I promise, John. I promise.
Elizabeth clutches at her heart, gasping for breath. A few moments pass, and she revives sufficiently to reach for the stimulant on the nightstand. She pours a dose, and as she swallows it, she glances out the window over the moonlit grounds. Across the lawn moves the white-haired figure, gliding toward the family vault at the edge of the estate.
John!
Elizabeth drops the glass and falls to the floor. A few seconds later, Bertha hurries into the room.
Elizabeth. Mary. Herbert.
What happened, Mother?
Hurry.
Good heavens. Is she all right?
Elizabeth. Oh. She's dead.
Who's screamed?
Must have been Elizabeth. Had another attack.
Why, she's still breathing.
Put her on the bed.
There's her medicine.
I'll get another glass. You stay here, Mary. I'll get the glass from the bathroom.
What do you suppose happened to her?
Maybe it was the...
Was what?
I don't know.
What's wrong with you, Mother? You're white as a sheet.
Am I?
What are you trying to say?
I saw it, too.
Saw what? What did you see?
Well, I saw him. John. He was in my room a while ago. I talked to him.
You talked to him?
Yes, and he talked to me. I heard him and I saw him.
What did he say? Stop whimpering and tell us.
He said...
Mother, stop it.
Oh, I won't stay. I won't.
Come back here. Grab her, Celia.
Elizabeth's coming, too.
Aunt Elizabeth.
Oh, Herbert,
You're all right now. Just take it easy.
Yes, I'm all right. What's wrong with Mary?
She says she saw John and talked to him.
What?
I think she's imagining things.
No. She isn't imagining things. I know. I saw him, too. He was here. He talked to me.
Oh, now look, Aunt Elizabeth. The whole thing is...
No. He was here. It was no dream. I saw him walk through the garden toward the vault.
When?
It can't be very long ago. There was a strange, sickly odor in the room all the while he was here. It smelled like musty roses.
Oh, be quiet, Mother.
Now maybe you believe what I've been telling you.
What did he say?
It was about his will and my will. And he talked about Bertha.
About me?
Yes. He said he was wrong about you. Wants to make things right through me. He knew I intended to make my will tomorrow. And he told me just what to do. Yes, that's what he said to me, too.
You?
Yes.
Why, this is the strangest thing I've ever encountered. Why should he talk to you?
Well, he did, I tell you. And Elizabeth must do what he wants. Otherwise, something will happen.
What will happen?
Well, I don't know. I want you to call Mr. Wentworth, the lawyer, and have him here first thing in the morning. I want to draw my will. as John tells me.
Very well. I think I'll have a look around the grounds. Never go back to sleep now, anyway. So, good night, Aunt Elizabeth.
Herbert wanders about the grounds for a while and finally goes to Higgins, the butler, and after some persuasion obtains the keys to the family vault. The next morning, the lawyer, Wentworth, visits Elizabeth in her room.
Well, how are you this morning, Elizabeth?
Much better, Mr. Wentworth.
Here you had a bad night.
Yes, I guess I had another attack.
Oh, so?
Mr. Wentworth, I want to draw up my will. I should have done it long ago, but, well, something held me back.
I see. Well, I'll take down the data and have it typed, then bring it back for you to sign. I'll be in court all day, probably through the evening, so I'll have to come around 11 tonight.
Very well, as soon as possible.
Good. Now, let's have the particulars.
Yes. To my sister, Mary Wilton, I leave the 5-room cottage in Danbury.
Hmm?
To my nephew, Herbert Wilton, I leave $1,000 in cash.
Yes.
And to my husband's sister, Bertha Mallory, I leave all other property, personal and real, amounting to some $400,000.
What?
Please. Amounting to some $400,000, according to my late husband's wishes.
What do you mean? John stipulated that you leave not a penny to Bertha.
John has changed his mind.
When did he change his mind?
Since his death.
Don't you think we'd better postpone this until you feel better?
I want my will drawn just as I have told you.
But what do you mean by saying John has changed his mind? How could he?
He told me so last night.
You know what you're saying.
Yes. I saw John. I talked to him. He was wrong in his attitude toward Bertha.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
I want it done as I say.
Very well. I'll draw it up this way. But I certainly think that...
You think I'm insane?
Well, since you bring it up, yes, I do.
So did I, at first. But I'm not. I'll be expecting you around 11 tonight, Mr. Wentworth.
Yes. Yes, of course. I'll be here.
Now it is shortly after 11 the same night. The lawyer has returned to the will, and Elizabeth has called her 3 relatives to her room.
Very well, Mr. Wentworth. This is drawn the way I want it.
You mean as John wants it?
I mean just that. I'm leaving the property that was mine before I married John, the small cottage, to you, Mary, and $1,000 to Herbert. All else I am leaving according to John's directions to you, Bertha. That's the way John wants it. And that's the way it shall be.
You must do as you think best.
I'm doing as John wishes. Hand me the pen, Wentworth. There you are, and I hope you all understand.
I don't.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Well, now that you've got it, Bertha, what good is it going to do you?
What do you mean?
How much chance do you think you'll have to use it? What happiness do you think it'll bring you?
More than it would you. Isn't it rightfully mine?
Is it?
That's the way John wanted it.
Oh, no, it isn't. It's the way you want it.
I had nothing to do with
John made a will. He's never wanted to change.
Elizabeth knows better than that.
Aunt Elizabeth knows nothing of the kind.
This is my house now, and the sooner you leave, the better.
You'll be leaving sooner than I will, you and your spooks. You don't believe in ghosts, and you never saw one.
I saw John. Night after night. Everyone saw him.
Everyone but me, because I'm not a dump.
Your own mother Mary saw him and talked to him.
Gosh, John is dead in his coffin out there in the vault. I saw him.
But I did see him. So did I.
You wouldn't know if you did see him.
We would. We've seen him.
Yeah. Then turn around. Turn around, all of you. And look.
John! Good Lord.
It's him.
Is that John? Is it?
Yes, yes.
Take off your wig.
Higgins.
Yes, the butler. There's your spook.
Why, I'm sorry, ma'am.
You can go, Higgins. I'll explain everything.
Yes.
Bertha hired Higgins to impersonate John.
That's a lie.
Higgins would never have done it if he'd known about the murders. I trapped him into it. He confessed everything.
Murders?
What do you mean?
I got wise to the whole thing. I investigated the whole story about Bertha's husband and John's accidental death. They were both murdered.
You're lying.
I had the bodies exhumed and examined. They both died of an overdose of sleeping tablets. The very same purchased by Bertha at a certain drugstore.
He's crazy. He's crazy. I can't.
She
Don't
put
listen.
the tablets in her husband's aspirin bottle. She was the one John visited. That night he had the wreck. She must have drugged him. That's why he went to sleep at the wheel.
I didn't.
She killed her husband for his insurance. And John cut her off in his will because he suspected that she killed her husband.
It's a lie, I tell you.
John never wanted his will changed. I have proof of the whole thing, and the police are waiting outside now. You haven't a chance, Bertha. You're guilty.
The police? Oh,
What
no,
good
no.
will all this do you? Where is your fortune now? They'll hang you.
Oh, yes. Yes, I did it. I don't know why, but I did it. I gave him the tablets.
Did Higgins know that?
No. No, he didn't know. Oh.
Bertha, she's fainted.
Mother.
No, she hasn't fainted.
What's wrong with her?
She's dead.
Oh, Mother. Oh, Mother.
Hand me that will, Mr. Wentworth. I want to draw up a new one in the morning.
Well, there you are. That's the story. John never wanted his will changed, and for good reason. He really knew the truth. But wait a minute. How did you figure this one out, Herbert? You didn't really have those bodies exhumed, did you?
I didn't have them exhumed. And if I had, there would have been no traces of sleeping tablets left. And there were no police waiting outside. I was bluffing, working on pure hypothesis. But it did work.
Yes, it worked, Herbert. And it afforded me a very nice story indeed. Thank you, Herbert.
You're welcome.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another weird tale. Good night.
this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Stella Dallas with Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill.
Lux presents Hollywood. It is your loyalty to Lux Toilet Soap that makes this program possible, which tonight stars Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill in Samuel Goldwyn's superlative screen production, Stella Dallas. You will also hear T. Keith Glennon, operations manager of Paramount Studios, and music under the direction of Louis Silvers. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. With this presentation, the Lux Radio Theater becomes 3 years old. During this week in 1934, we first went on the air, and by coincidence, John Bowles was our leading man then, as he is tonight. For our stars, as well as for us, the past year has been an outstanding one. It's been Mr. Bowles' busiest and most successful year on the screen. Anne Shirley has acquired stardom and a husband. And Barbara Stanwyck has at last come into her own through her magnificent performance as Stella Dallas, which she repeats tonight. I know of no one in Hollywood who merits success more than Barbara. Born in a poor section of Brooklyn, she lost both parents while still a child. Living with 10 different families, whichever would take her in, she never knew what a home was. At 13, she was earning her own living as a clerk. 2 years later, she was a dancer. And her first glimpse of success came with a stage role from David Belasco, who changed her name from Ruby Stevens to Barbara Stanwyck. Now on top, Barbara can at last indulge a lifelong ambition. She's purchased a farm in the San Fernando Valley and will spend her off-screen life raising horses. Our story was written 15 years ago by Olive Higgins Prouty and was brought to the screen by my partner of 25 years ago, Samuel Goldwyn. As in the film, we hear Mr. Bowles as Stella Dallas, as Stephen Dallas, Anne Shirley as Laurel, Barbara O'Neill as Helen Morrison, and, of course, Barbara Stanwyck as Stella Dallas. And now one of the year's greatest pictures comes to the air. The Lux Radio Theater presents Stella Dallas with Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, and Anne Shirley. The year is 1919, and our scene is Main Street, in the little manufacturing town of Millhampton, Massachusetts. It's 10 o'clock Sunday evening, and the picture at the Bijou Movie Palace has just finished. In the crowd, drifting out through the lobby, is Stephen Dallas, assistant manager of the town's factory. And at his side, walking as close to him as she dares, is Stella Martin. Stella looks happy and very proud as the mill hands greet their young executive.
Mr. Dallas.
Evening, Joe.
Hello, boss.
How are you, Harry?
How do, Mr. Dallas? Hello, Stella.
Hello.
That's the second time this week. I saw them together in the drugstore the other night. You mind your own business.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry, Mr. Dallas.
Oh, come on now. You've got to get home. Do you mind our being talked about, Stella?
Mind? I mind? Oh, no, it's just that... Well, I can't believe you like seeing me when you could be out with all the swell.
Oh, but I want to be with you. I like being with you.
Oh, could I take your arm? I mean, is that all right? Is that considered...
Well, of course it is.
Oh, I hope you don't mind my asking those things. It's just that I want to be like all the people you've been around. Educated, you know, and speaking nice, and then
Nah, don't be like anyone else. I like you the way you are.
Oh, but I've wanted to be different ever since I met you, and if I was around you long enough, I could be. Why, I could learn to talk like you and act like you, and pretty soon well, you know, you've done a lot for me, even in these couple of weeks.
You've done a lot for me, too, Stella. I was very lonely the day you walked into my office.
Lonely?
Yes. I don't know how much you know about me, but...
Oh, I know your society. I mean, you...
You mean I used to be.
Yes, and your father died. I read about it in the newspaper.
Dad didn't die. He committed suicide, Stella.
Oh.
He went broke and he couldn't stand it. That's when I came here to start all over again. I guess that was in the papers, too.
Mr. Dallas.
Yes?
That girl, the one you were engaged to when...
Yes?
Wouldn't she wait for you?
She would, if I'd let her. But I couldn't do that, could I? She was married just 2 weeks ago.
Oh. She must have been very lovely.
Yes. Well, here we are.
I don't have to go in right away.
Cigarette?
No, thanks. I don't smoke, and I don't drink either.
Oh, you're sweet, Stella. I was lonely and unhappy, then I'm not anymore, Stella. Stella.
Oh, please, I shouldn't have. You won't have any respect for me. Not for girls who let men kiss them whenever they want. I don't let men... I mean, well, girls shouldn't unless they... Well, unless they know the man is serious.
Shall I tell you I am Or shall I just kiss you again?
Oh, Stephen.
It was in the paper. Stephen Dallas weds Millhampton girl. Gee, wouldn't you just know she'd hook the best? What do you know about this? Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Dallas were just admitted to membership in the River Club. Flying kind of high.
Boys at the mill are congratulating the Stephen Dallases on the birth of a new baby girl. Well, the popular new manager and Stella Martin were married a year ago.
My, you sure is, honey. What does she look like? Let me see who.
Oh, let the nurse take her inside, Agnes. You'll have plenty of time for that later on.
Yes'm. This here way, Miss Nurse.
Sit down, honey.
Oh, gosh. Home never looked so good to me.
Oh, poor Stella.
Oh, I didn't mind it. It was just the hospital got on my nerves. And that darn doctor trying to make me stay another week.
Oh, but Stella, he just thought it would be better if
Better for who? It was just to get your money. Stephen, what's all this on the table?
It's mail, honey. You had a lot of friends who wanted to congratulate you.
Oh, Stephen, why didn't you bring him to me? The days wouldn't have seemed half so long. Oh, gosh, and I thought everybody had forgotten me. Stephen.
Yeah?
Look at this, an invitation to a dance at the River Club tomorrow night. I think I can wear my blue dress. I'll let it out a little at the top,
Now,
and then
Stella, you don't want to go dancing already?
Oh, why not? Before I went to the hospital, I was stuck in this house for 4 solid months without going anywhere. And we just got into the River Club. All my life, I've just about died to go to the real places and get in with the right crowd. And just when I get a chance and get started, I have to give it all up.
Oh, we'll go next time.
Well, I don't want to go next time. I want to go this time. Oh, Stephen, I won't dance much, I promise. Gee, I just want to get a wave and a manicure and get all dressed up again and go hear some music and forget all about doctors and hospitals and nurses.
And babies?
No, but, oh, Stephen, please.
Now, Stella.
Oh, please.
Who is that dancing with Mrs. Dallas, Stephen?
I really don't know.
He's very good. Who is he, Joyce?
His name is Munn. He has something to do with horse races. The girls invite him over for golf, and he gives them tips.
Oh, I see.
Why, you're a wonderful dancer, Mr. Munn.
Well, if I'm any judge of horseflesh, you don't take a mean leg yourself. Say, how did you come to get hooked up to that crowd at your table?
Oh, they're some business friends of my husband.
Business friend?
Uh-huh.
What is he, an undertaker? Say, Stella, why don't you get him to ditch that bunch of mothbacks and come over and join us?
Spencer Chandler's table? Why, we don't even know him.
Well, that won't take long. Do you know what he said after our first dance?
No, what?
He said, Ed, he always calls me Ed. He said, Ed, you can pick winners on a dance floor better than you can at a racetrack.
Yeah? Oh, go on. Don't red apple me.
Oh, no, on the level. Come on, I'll prove it to you.
Wait. I'd have to ask Stephen first.
Oh, forget it. Hey, Spence.
Sit down, Munn.
Spence, I want you to meet a friend of mine. Stella, Mr. Chandler, Mrs. Dallas.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Say, Spence, I want you to prove something to her for me. Didn't you say I could pick 'em on a dance floor as good as I can on the track?
Yes, but I wouldn't feel too flattered, Mrs. Dallas. Munn hasn't given me a winner in over a month. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Or would you rather dance?
Why, yes, I guess I would.
Fine.
Well, Stella.
Oh, Stephen, come here. Stephen, this is Mr. Munn.
Pleased to meet you.
And Mr. Spencer Chandler.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Chandler just asked me to dance. You don't mind.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chandler. My wife's just out of the hospital. She ought to be home in bed. And that's where she's going.
Oh, well, we'll hurry then. Come on, Mr. Chandler.
Stella.
Hey, Dallas, you wouldn't like to sit down and have a little snifter, would you?
No, thank you. Go ahead, dear.
Thank you. Well, you can start the lecture now that we're home. What have I done this time? Go ahead, begin.
Stella, I asked you not to wear those earrings and that cheap imitation necklace. You took them off, you agreed, and after we got there, you came out of the dressing
Now,
room.
Stephen, I'm perfectly willing to let you tell me how to act. But please don't give me pointers on how to dress. Allow me at least to know more about one thing than you do. After all, I Well, I've always been known to have stacks of style. You should have heard Ed Munn, and he's been around a bit, too. He's traveled further, and he's a...
Now,
All right, then, Father, whichever it is, I don't care. Gosh, I have to think twice every time I open my mouth. And Spencer Chandler didn't seem to have to turn the other way either. And he only happens to be one of the Chandlers.
Stella, please, don't say things like that. Remember, you're my wife now.
Oh, and can't look at another man.
That isn't the point at all.
Oh, that's a laugh. An affair between Spencer Chandler and I. Well, I am coming up in the world.
Stella, won't you try to understand? The fake jewelry's not important. None of these things matter in themselves. But what's to become of us? That is important.
Yes, Stephen.
Stella, why did you marry me?
Oh, because I was crazy about you, Silly, and I still am, only you just don't seem to ever
Once, a long time ago, you said you were crazy to learn everything, become someone, didn't you?
Yes, Stephen.
Please listen to me. I'm only telling you this because I love you. Stella, the firm wants to send me to New York to handle the sales department there. I want to go, and I want to take you with me. But I want you to make an effort. I want you to try to be, well, what you wanted to be. Give up a few things for me and try to adapt yourself.
Adapt myself? Give up a few things? Well, what have I been doing ever since I met you? And I'm getting a little sick of it, too. How would it be for you to do a little adapting for a change? I don't see you giving up anything. And I'll tell you one more thing. I'm not going to New York. I'm certainly not going to leave here just when I'm beginning to get in with the right people.
Now, Stella...
You go on and go to New York. I'm going to stay here. Hey, cut it out. Oh, here, I'll feed you myself.
She sure is getting big. Cute, too.
Isn't she? You know, Carrie, I used to think girls at the mill were crazy when they got married and right off the bat started having kids.
But honest, Stella, would you want any more?
Sure, if I could have another one like her. Gee, she's been a regular pal to me. You know, since Stephen's been away in New York so much, I hardly know I have a husband. Why, he's only been home 3 times this summer. And then it was only on account of her. He's crazy about her. And who wouldn't be? Now, who's that? Edna? Oh, where is that girl? All right, all right.
Hi.
Why, Ed Munn!
Well, is that all the welcome I get?
Ed, of all people! Oh, gosh, I'm glad to see you.
Well, I'm glad to see you.
Come on in.
Thanks. Stella, this is my friend Charlie. You remember Charlie?
Yeah, how are you?
Hi.
Come on inside. Hey, Carrie, look who's here. Well, for heaven's sake!
Hello, Carrie.
Hello, Ed. Hello, Charlie.
Hi. Well, will you get a load of that kid? Has she grown or am I crazy?
Oh, Lolly, darling. You remember Uncle Ed, don't you?
Well, I remember you.
You want something to drink, Ed?
Sure. And if you don't mind, I'll peel this coat.
Yeah, go ahead. You still play the piano, Charlie?
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, where you been hiding, still? I haven't seen you.
Oh, gosh, Ed, I haven't been out of this house for 2 months.
Huh? You been sick?
No, but... Oh, I don't know. I don't seem to get any fun out of a good time anymore. All the time I'm out, I'm thinking of her and what she's doing and how soon I can get back to her.
Well, here's hoping I'll always be around at the right time.
Oh.
Say, can I pick the kid up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh. Come on, dear Uncle Ed. That's a girl, Laurel. Come on. Well, what's the matter? Ain't you got a great big smile for Uncle Ed?
Of course she has. Come on, darling. Smile for Uncle Ed. Come on.
Yeah.
Edna. Come on, Lolly, darling. Smile.
Look at those noses. Look.
Edna, who was it? Edna! It's Mr. Dallas, ma'am. Hello, Stephen.
Hello, Stella.
Oh, you remember Mr. Munn.
How do you do?
And Carrie Jenkins?
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Well, I think I'll be getting along.
Oh, all right.
That's a fine baby you got there, Mr. Dallas.
Thank you, I think so.
I gotta be going too, Ed.
Me too. Just a minute, I'll see you to the door.
Forget it. We won't get lost. Well, so long, Stella.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Dallas.
Well, Stephen, sit down.
Stella, I can't have our child living this way.
Oh, what's wrong this time?
It's not just this time. It's every time I come.
What do you mean? Because there was a couple of drinks? Well, what's wrong with that? coming in here with that icebergy way of yours.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, but she's my child, too, and I won't have this. I haven't wanted to take Laurel away from you, but if
Take
you...
her away from me? What are you talking about?
Here, darling, come to your
How
daddy.
dare you say such a thing? Give it to me.
Stella,
Give it
Stella.
to me, I say.
Stella, please, you
Watch
mustn't
out,
do
you're
this.
hurting her. Get out of here.
Stella.
Get out, I say. Oh, did he frighten Mommy's little girl? Don't you cry. Mommy's right here. Mommy won't let anybody hurt you. Yeah, dear. Oh, darling. You're here with Mommy, and nobody in the whole world is ever going to take you away. Nobody. Nobody.
Before continuing with Act Two of our play here in the Lux Radio Theater, let's drop in for a moment at the publicity office out at one of the major studios. A publicity man is in conference with a very charming young lady, one of Hollywood's leading fashion editors.
You mean girls are going to look more girlish than boys this year?
Yes, that's it exactly. For instance, they're using richer furs, and the lines of coats and dresses flow more. They're more graceful. The whole idea is to create a softer effect.
Oh, I think that's a lot of rot. Men don't want women to be soft anymore. They want them to be able to take it.
That may be so, but they do want them to look soft. They want women to wear pretty clothes, keep their hair nicely waved, and to have lovely, soft skins. You men are very demanding, you know.
You're certainly right on complexion. I saw a woman around here yesterday. She had beautiful clothes. Even the hat wasn't bad. But I couldn't go for that complexion.
I feel awfully sorry for a woman like that. If she'd only known about Lux toilet soap.
You hear plenty about Lux soap around here. Most all our stars use it. Evidently, you think it's pretty good, too.
I certainly do. It's the best way I know of to guard against cosmetic skin. You know, actually, lots of women ruin their own looks. They don't remove dirt and stale cosmetics from their pores thoroughly.
Well, we use that soap out home. You know, it works up a swell lather even in hard water.
I know, and it's an active lather that keeps pores from getting choked. And if 9 out of 10 screen stars say that, well, that's the way to keep your complexion soft and lovely. That's all the recommendation I need to use Lux toilet soap, too.
Now, Mr. DeMille. We continue Stella Dallas, starring Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill. 12 years have passed, during which Stephen Dallas and Stella have been living apart. A few days before Laurel's 13th birthday, Stephen is standing at the book counter of a New York department store. Nearby, a well-dressed woman and her 3 small sons are examining the contents of the toy counter. The woman is Helen Morrison, the girl to whom Stephen was once engaged. She turns toward him suddenly, and their eyes meet with a look of pleased recognition.
Stephen.
Helen.
Oh, Stephen.
I'm so glad to see you.
Oh, and you. Oh, boys, come here, come, please. Stephen, these are my sons.
How do you do, young gentlemen?
How do you do? Oh, this is Mr. Dallas, whom your mother has known for such a long time. John?
How do you do?
Lee?
Lee?
How do you do?
And Cornelius.
Cornelius?
How do you do? Con. He doesn't like to be called Cornelius. I do, too. It was my father's name.
Was?
Oh, Con is the man of the family now, and he looks after us all so beautifully. His father would be very proud.
That's splendid. Nothing but the finest care in the world would be good enough for your mother.
But, Stephen, tell us about you. What are you doing here?
Well, if you mean New York, I'm in business here. If you mean this store, I'm here buying birthday presents for my daughter.
Your daughter? Oh, Stephen.
Wait a minute, I have a picture here of her. Here it is.
Oh, oh, she's lovely. When may we meet her and her mother?
They're not here. You see, Laurel goes to school up near Boston, and her mother spends all of her time with her.
Oh. Oh, well, I have so many things to hear and to tell. Can you have lunch with us?
Well, I should be back at the office by now.
Oh.
We'd be glad to have you, Mr. Dallas, if you don't mind carrying your own tray.
John's been saving up for a whole month in order to take us out for lunch.
Really?
It's his treat.
How about it, Mr. Dallas?
Yes, Stephen.
Well, I guess I can't refuse an offer like that.
No.
Oh, Mr. Dallas.
Come on, fellas. If you run short, John, I'll lend you a couple of dollars.
Gee, thanks.
Oh,
Mother, it's beautiful.
Careful now. Now, don't mash the ruffles. Stand still so I can fit it to you.
Oh, I love the color. It's a beautiful dress, Mommy.
Yeah. Now, oh, I forgot. This goes here on the waist.
Flowers? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. It gives it some snap.
No, please.
Oh, Lolly, for heaven's sake, you're just like your father. You want everything as plain as an old shoe.
Plain with all these beautiful handmade ruffles. Oh, just you wait till Dad sees them. He always notices my dresses.
Yeah? Oh, what did he say in his letter? Anything?
Just that he's expecting me during vacation, and we're going to have more fun than last time, he says, because we're going visiting.
Where?
Oh, I guess you know her, too, an old friend, Mrs. Morrison.
Morrison?
You do know her.
Not me. Take off the dress and let me get to work on it.
Watch out for the pin.
Come on now, pull it over your head.
What's going on in there?
Come on in, Ed.
No, Mother, wait till I get out.
Molly.
Say, what is this, a Follies dressing
Mother,
room?
please.
Oh, what's the matter?
You shouldn't see me like this.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Ed's known you since you were knee-high.
Yeah, and even less than that. Now, what have you got to hide from your Uncle Ed? Come on, give us a kiss.
Mother, make him stop,
Ed,
please.
stop.
Come on now, come on.
No, let me alone. Let me alone.
Oh, Ed, I wish you wouldn't tease her like that. You know she don't like you.
Yeah, I know. But I get a kick out of a young one being so finicky.
Well, is your car downstairs?
Huh? Oh, no, it's in the shop. Why?
Oh, I wanted to go to town. I wanted to get the decorations for Laurel's party.
Well, why not go in on a train? I'll tell you. We'll take the kids, see a show, and have dinner.
No, I don't want her to know what I'm getting.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess I could show you a better time without her.
Ed.
You see those two old dames when I put the itching powder on?
Stop it, Ed. You're killing me.
Oh, gosh, Stella. We have a lot of laughs, don't we?
Oh, I got a pain from it.
Say, Stella.
What?
Stella, why don't you scratch that first entry of yours and give somebody else a chance? Honest, I'd do anything in the world.
Please don't, Ed. It's like I told you. It's not personal, only I don't think there's a man living that could get me going anymore. Oh, I don't know. I guess Lolly just uses up all the feelings I got, and I don't seem to have any left for anybody else.
You got plenty for me, Stella.
Why can't we go on as we are? Gosh, I don't know what I'd have done without you some of the times when Lolly was back with Stephen. You're such a good sport and such a lot of fun, but...
I guess you know what you're doing.
I guess I do, Ed.
Laurel, let's go back to school, dear.
The car's waiting, Laurel.
I'm ready. Let me have Laurel's bag, John. You'll drop it. I will
Now,
not.
don't argue, John. She'll miss her train. Oh, goodbye, Laurel. Been fun, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Morrison.
We'll be looking forward to your next visit.
I've had such a lovely time. I don't know how to thank you.
Oh, goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Helen.
Goodbye, Stephen.
Goodbye, boys.
Oh, Daddy, aren't they the nicest boys?
I think so. How did you like Mrs. Morrison?
I think she's the loveliest lady I ever knew.
Do you, Laurel? Do you really?
Oh, I mean, of course I mean, except my mother.
Come on, Lolly. Oh, gee, it's good to have you home again.
Oh, I missed you too, Mom.
We'll leave the bag here for a while.
Oh, Gladys will take it. Gladys!
Oh, she's not here anymore. Let her go.
Mother.
Well, what did I need with a maid around?
Oh, Mommy, you shouldn't have.
Besides, I was glad to have something to do to help pass the time away. You know what I did, Lolly?
What?
I saved enough money out of her wages to pay a deposit on a fur coat for you.
Mother, you didn't.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're just going to get it right back. I don't want a fur coat, Mother. Besides, none of the girls I met at Mrs. Morrison's are allowed to have them yet.
Oh, no?
Uh-uh.
Oh.
Can I help you fix dinner, Mother?
Oh, sure. Come on.
I'll get an apron.
Say, tell me about this Mrs. Morrison. What's she like?
Oh, Mother, she's lovely. She's sort of, well, she reminds me of a flower that grows up in Maine. all pale and delicate, strong, too. I don't know what you call it.
Oh, gracious, Lolly, I don't care what kind of a flower she looks like. Is she tall or short, dark or light, fat or thin? How old is she?
Well, she doesn't seem to be any special age. You know, she's like one of those goddesses in my mythology book that way.
Oh, come on now. You can tell whether she's 20 or 40.
Oh, she's not 40. No. Well, I guess maybe she's about 25.
Ah. And, how did your father happen to meet this goddess?
No, Mother, it's like a story. Con told me all about it.
Con?
Uh-huh.
Is that her husband?
Oh, no, he's dead.
Dead, is he? Well, that's convenient.
Oh, no, it isn't. It isn't a bit convenient. Because when Mr. Morrison died, he left a whole lot of houses and horses and lots of money and things, and Mrs. Morrison has to look out for them all by herself. You know, she said she wouldn't know what to do without Father to help her and advise her.
Yeah, I can just imagine.
Oh, I just remembered. I've got some snapshots of her.
Oh, no, Lolly, I just want to look at you.
Oh, but, Mommy, I want you to see her. She's so beautiful.
Oh, Lolly.
You'll be crazy about her.
Oh, not now, Laura. We'll look at the snapshots after.
This is one of me and Con.
Yeah, hand me that bottle of hair bleach, will you?
Here. And look, this is Mrs. Morrison. You know, the funny thing about her is she's not only beautiful when she's all dressed up, but even when she wakes up in the morning.
Yeah? Well, with her money, she don't have to worry about her looks. Say, are those real pearls she's got slung around her neck?
Mommy, look what you're doing.
What?
You're getting the bleach all over her picture.
Oh, I didn't mean to, Lolly. I'm sorry.
Oh, give it to me. Give it to me.
Lolly, I'm sorry.
Oh, Mother. Daddy!
Merry Christmas!
Oh, Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Oh, please come in.
Where's your mother?
She's getting dressed. When she heard you were coming, she... Oh, here, let me take your coat.
Now, wait a minute. This package is for you.
Oh, thank you. I'll put it right under the tree.
Say, that's a beautiful tree, all right. And a very beautiful young lady.
Do you like my dress? Mother copied it from one we saw in the window of a shop in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
You can hardly tell the difference.
It is pretty, isn't it?
It was my best present.
Oh,
Till you came, Dad.
You darling.
Stephen.
Well, Merry Christmas, Stella.
Oh, Merry Christmas to you, Stephen. Oh, it's good to see you again.
It's good to see you.
Sit down.
Thank you. The place looks awfully nice, Stella.
You go to dinner with us?
Well, darling, I came to ask your mother a favor. Stella, I was wondering if you'd let me have Laurel for the holidays this time. I've never had a place for her before, but this time we have an invitation to spend it with the Morrisons.
Oh. Well, would you like to go, Lolly?
Yes. Oh, I mean, that is...
Oh, I think it would be lovely. When would you want us, Stephen?
Well, my train leaves in an hour, Stella. I was hoping I could take her back with me.
Today? Oh, no, not today. I couldn't, Father. Mother and I had something all planned.
Well, yes, we did, but, we could do that any time. Well, all right, come on. We'll have to hurry. You go and start packing your things, darling, and I'll be right in.
Yes, Mother.
She won't be very long.
Stella, I'm awfully sorry. Well, when I see all you've done here, and you did have plans, I didn't realize it.
Oh, it wasn't anything really. We were just going to a show and dinner at the Bon Ton. Oh, this will be a real treat for us. Oh, it's been so long since I've seen you. How have you been?
Well, thank you. And you?
Oh, fine.
That's good.
It's too bad your train leaves so early.
Stella, I've been thinking. I don't know why it didn't occur to me before, but there's no earthly reason in the world why you should spend a day all alone just because I've been selfish and thoughtless. There must be a later train.
Oh.
Where's the telephone? Shall we call and see?
Oh, yes. Please. The phone's out here in the hall.
Let me see now. Well, here's the number. Beacon Hill 3700, please.
Hey.
Ed.
I fooled you, didn't I? You put me out of the back way, and I went all the way around and came right in here.
Oh, Ed.
Say, listen, just where is all this company that I'm being kicked out because of? Because I'm going to tell you this. Oh. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Dallas. I guess... Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Stella. I didn't mean to... I guess, well, I guess I'll go now, Mr. Dallas. Okay.
He had a little too much Christmas, I guess. He was here a little while ago and brought a turkey, and I had a terrible time getting rid of him. What did you find out about the train?
Stella, I'm afraid it would be too late.
Oh, I see.
I'm all ready. Was that very long, Dad?
Not at all, darling. Goodbye, Stella. I'll take good care of her.
Goodbye, Stephen.
Goodbye, Mother.
Bye.
Oh, thank you for letting me go. Merry Christmas, Mommy. Goodbye.
Lolly. Oh, Lolly.
Hello, Morley and Morley. One moment, please.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I got an appointment with a Mr. Morley, a lawyer. He wrote me, Stella Dallas.
Oh, yes. This way, please. Mrs. Dallas, Mr. Morley.
Oh, come in. Won't you sit down, please, Mrs. Dallas?
Yeah.
Mrs. Dallas, I wrote you a letter, and in it I stated...
You don't have to tell me what you stated. Just tell me what you meant.
Mrs. Dallas, it's only natural to suppose that you should wish to legalize your position.
Legalize my position? Oh, I've got our marriage license. Look here, Mr. Morley, what are you trying to give me?
Your freedom. A divorce. Mr. Dallas feels, and I can readily understand why, that you might wish to remarry.
Remarry? Listen, Mr. Morley, let's get down to brass tacks. I haven't the slightest idea of ever remarrying. Now, it don't happen by any chance to be Mr. Dallas who wishes to remarry, does it?
Well, assuming for the moment that it does, surely you could have no objections. Your allowance would be the same. As a matter of fact, Mr. Dallas might even be able to increase the amount he's sending you.
I don't want any increase. Let him keep it and let me keep my daughter.
Mrs. Dallas, Mr. Dallas has no intention of any change regarding your daughter.
Oh, he hasn't. Then what's he been trying to win her away for? Taking her to fine hotels, country places, townhouses, making her dissatisfied with the kind of things I've been giving her. Does he think I don't see what he's after? Well, he'll never get away with it, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to give her the same things. Everything her heart's been set on. Fine hotels, fancy friends, she's going to have them all. Only I'm going to give them to her, and he's going to pay for them. And if he's got any extra increases, he can just hand them over. And if he don't, maybe I'll get a lawyer and bring in the name of that highfalutin widow.
But, Mrs. Dallas...
I won't keep you any longer, Mr. Morley. Thank you very much. Just see that the check is mailed to the same place. That's all the benefits I want.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In this pause between the scenes of Stella Dallas, we take our weekly glance into things intimately Hollywood. This week, we're going to catch a glimpse of the workings of a motion picture studio. As operations manager of Paramount, our guest is chief of a studio police force of 55 men. He supervises the building of scenery for every Paramount picture. He has charge of the restaurant where the stars eat and controls an army of 2,000 craftsmen representing 125 different trades. It's his business to see that a script girl gets a new pencil or Frank Lloyd an 1870 steam engine. He'll order the construction of a fleet of battleships one week and the erection of a carnival set the next. He's a practical magician who sees that studio ideas become realities. His name is T. Keith Glennon, and he talks to you now.
Thanks, C.B. But there's one more job I do that you didn't mention, a job that makes me feel quite at home here. I've heard a lot of people from Paramount mention Lux Toilet Soap on this program. But I'm the one who sees that it gets there, especially in the dressing room of the stars. And judging from what they tell me, it is certainly a remarkable soap. However, the real work at the studio isn't done by me, but by the Army of 2,000 you mentioned. And the credit should go to the men who directly supervise the activities of these craftsmen. They can make or secure about everything a director can dream up. And believe me, when a director bears down, he can certainly do some dreaming.
Now, that's why we have men like you, Keith, to make our dreams come true.
Thanks. It's getting the unusual things done that make this job interesting.
Like finding that locomotive?
Exactly. Mr. Lloyd needed a genuine 1870 locomotive for Wells Fargo. We finally found what he wanted in Nevada. It hadn't been used for 13 years and was partly dismantled. We bought it, but that only started our problem.
Yes, you could hardly wrap it up and send it home.
Right. We had to get a license from the Interstate Commerce Commission, pass government tests, and secure another license permitting us to operate the engine for motion picture purposes. But without tracks, the engine didn't do us much good. So we made a deal with 2 railroad companies, each of which will operate it for us whenever we need it. It's seen only for a few moments in Wells Fargo, but I'd say our efforts were worthwhile, for already 2 other studios have rented it.
Well, at least I haven't given you that much trouble with the Buccaneer.
Oh, no? Instead of a train, all you asked for was a fleet of warships, a parrot that could talk French, and a dog that could walk the plank, and a few other odds and ends that took us months to find.
And if that aviator doesn't stop practicing skywriting above my set, I'm going to ask you for an anti-aircraft gun.
We took care of that fellow this morning. Paramount, you see, is on a direct line with local airports, which means we can't stop planes from flying over the studio and ruining a certain amount of soundtrack. But a little persuasion with the flying field usually works. Planes don't bother us nearly as much as clouds. Last week, our weather expert reported a black cloud over Pasadena was heading our way and might spoil the light for Mr. DeMille. We warned Mr. DeMille, but it didn't faze him a bit. All he said was to hurry up and head the cloud off toward Long Beach.
And to my amazement, you did it.
Yes, the only request we haven't been able to fill in recent weeks is that of W.C. Fields. We had to supply him with a kiddie car for the big broadcast of 1938, but we couldn't comply with his wish that we carve the wheels out of Charlie McCarthy.
Good night, Pete. Good night, thank you. Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill in Stella Dallas. Determined to give her daughter everything her father could, Stella took Laurel to a fashionable summer hotel. But Stella's gaudy style and her unpolished manner soon became the subject of amused comment. Laurel asked to leave. On the night train bound for Boston, the unsuspecting Stella lies awake in a lower berth, listening to Laurel stirring restlessly above. Some girls from the hotel come in from the adjoining car.
You know, we didn't think you were going to make the train at all.
Did you have a blowout?
Just as I was leaving, I met Ethel.
Oh, I gotta get my breath.
Here, sit
I
down.
want to tell you what Ethel told me.
Do you remember that funny-looking woman parading around the grounds this afternoon?
No, I didn't see her.
Well, if you didn't see her...
They described.
Dressed up to here and painted in thick.
Really?
And bells on her shoes that tinkled all the time.
How
bells? And
terrible.
bracelets up to her elbows. You never saw such a sight. Well, anyway, do you know who she was?
No.
Tell her. Laurel Dallas's mother. Laurel Dallas?
Oh.
I can't believe it. You mean that pretty little girl that Dick Grosvenor's been rushing?
But are you sure? She seems so lovely and sweet.
I know it. Isn't it weird to have such a common-looking creature for a mother? Poor thing.
Poor nothing. She's wearing Dick Grosvenor's fraternity
But you
pin.
won't be wearing it long, I'll bet.
Not when Mrs. Grosvenor hears about it. Not with
Your
her
berth is
on.
ready,
Oh,
ladies.
thanks, Porter.
Tell us more about
Mother. Mommy. Are you awake, Mother?
What?
Have you been awake?
Me? No. I've been sleeping like a log.
Oh, Mommy, it's so lonely up there. I want to come down here and cuddle with you.
Sure, honey. Sure, darling.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mrs. Morrison.
Was it in reference
I couldn't
to...
say it's private. I'd have to see Mrs. Morrison.
Who is it, Brooks?
Oh. Are you Mrs. Morrison?
Yes?
I'm Stella Dallas. Mrs. Stephen Dallas.
Oh, come in, please. We can talk in the library, Mrs. Dallas.
Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you when you're home, but
Won't you sit down?
No. What I have to say won't take very long. It's just that...
Well, we may as well be comfortable.
I know you must think it's funny me coming here like this. I'm not going to beat around the bush, but what I want to know is if Stephen was free, if I got a divorce like his lawyer wanted, would you two get married?
Yes, we would. Well, I'm sorry if it's unpleasant, but I'd rather that you knew the truth.
Yeah. Well, what I wanted to know is if you and Stephen did get married, well, what about Laura? Would you take her too?
Oh, no, Mrs. Dallas. I'm a mother, too. Do you think that I could ever deprive another mother of her only little girl?
Yeah, but if the mother didn't want her, I mean, if she couldn't very well have her, if it was inconvenient.
Inconvenient?
Yeah, you see, Lolly's growing up now, and she's quite a responsibility.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, you see, it's this way. From now on, there's lots of things Lolly ought to begin having. Oh, I don't mean money, but dances and parties, good times. And really, I've never been much on that sort of thing, so I feel that I've done about all I can for her. And I thought that you being so crazy about her father and she taking after him so much that, well, if you and Stephen got married, why, Lolly could come and live with you, and your name being Mrs. Dallas, you see, why, everybody would naturally think that she was... Well, they think she was your little girl, and when you went places, you see... Well, you see, you're the kind of a mother that any girl would be proud of.
Oh, I didn't know anyone could be so unselfish.
And I'll say one thing, Mrs. Morrison, you'd never be ashamed of Lolly either. Everybody's just crazy about her. She makes a wonderful impression. She's so refined and elegant in her ways, but, oh, well, you already know that. Anyways, she's crazy about you already. She don't talk as much as she used to, but that's because she thinks I'm jealous or something, and I guess I was a little, but I'm not anymore. And you'll see in a little while she'll forget all about me, and it won't be any time before she loves you just like you were her real mother. And, oh, Mrs. Morrison, she's so wonderful, you don't know.
Oh, I do know. And I know that it hasn't come only from her father.
I have to go now. Lolly doesn't know I've come, and I don't want her to yet. She's awful funny underneath, and I've thought it all out. It'll be better to just let her come for the visit here like always, and by that time, it'll all be over. The divorce, I mean, and then you can break it to her. It'll be easier that way.
You ready for bed, Laura?
Almost. Oh, it's been such a grand evening. I'm so excited.
Oh, your father's coming up to kiss you goodnight.
You know, I've never seen Father so happy before.
And you, dear, are you happy?
So very for you both. But I've been worrying about something.
Why? What could possibly be worrying you?
Well, I don't know what to call you.
Oh, that's all. I'm glad. Because I have something that I want to tell you, which I hope will make you just as happy as it has me. From now on, Laurel, you're going to be one of us, really, dear. You're going to be a member of this family like Con and Lee and John. They're your brothers. And this is going to be your home as much as it is theirs.
This my home?
Yes, dear. You're going to live with us.
Live here?
Here, the house in town, wherever we are. Does it make you happy, Laurel?
Oh, yes. It makes me very happy to know that you want me because, oh, I do love you all so very much. But I couldn't leave my mother.
Oh, you won't be leaving her, Laurel. You visit her whenever you like.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Thank you ever and ever so much,
Laurel, your mother, well, your father, all of us who love you, feel that now that you're getting older, there are many advantages that we can give you.
I know, and I do thank you, but I'm sorry. Father.
Yes, dear?
Father, you don't mean you thought that I could ever live anywhere without Mother?
Well, darling, you lived without me. Your mother and I are just changing places for a while, that's all. Isn't it fair for me to have a little of what she's had all these years?
But that's different, Father. You know it is. I've been with Mother all these years because I needed her, and now she needs me, and you need me less than ever.
Oh, Laurel, don't say that.
I'm sorry, Laura, if you don't see that what we've planned is for your good. We thought it would make you happy. Your mother and I have decided upon what we thought would be best for you.
My mother, does she know?
We both feel that this should be your home for a while, at least.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father, but please understand. My home will be with my mother as long as I live.
No, darling.
Stephen. Laurel, you don't understand, dear. This was all your mother's idea. She planned it herself. She came to see me, and we talked it all over.
My mother came to see me?
Yes, dear.
When did she come?
Well, I don't know.
Was it just after we got back from the hotel?
Well, I believe it was, but...
Oh, my poor mother, my wonderful mother. Oh, she wasn't asleep. She heard what those girls said. Oh, I must go to her. I must go to her at once.
Darling, tell us about it.
Oh, Daddy, please help me. I can't make my visit here. I want to go to my mother.
Don't, dear, don't.
Hello? Mrs. Stella Dallas?
Yeah, that's right.
We have a telegram for you. Shall I read it to you?
Telegram? Yeah, read it, will you?
It's from Helen Dallas.
Helen Oh,
it
yeah?
says, Laurel is on her way back to you. When she was told your unselfish plan, she refused to accept it. She loves you very much.
Oh.
Will there be an answer to that?
Huh? No, thanks.
Mother!
Molly! Whatever brought you back?
Oh, I've been waiting here all afternoon.
But I thought...
Oh, Mommy, how could you think? As if I could ever live anywhere except with you.
Oh, I thought you'd like it for a while. No, really, you always seem to have such a good time with your father.
Oh, yes, but good times. Oh, they aren't what make you belong. It's other kind of times. It's when you've cried together and when you've been through things together. Oh, that's when you seem to love them most. It's different when... But didn't they send the telegram? They said they would.
Oh, most likely they tried to deliver it and I was out. I've been on the go ever since you left. Here, put these flowers in water for me.
Oh, they're lovely.
Yeah, from an old admirer. Ed Munn blew into town. I've been stepping out with him for a change.
Ed Munn?
Yeah, now put him in water. I want him all fixed nice when he gets here.
Mommy.
Well, are you going to do it or aren't you?
You don't mean that you and Ed Munn?
Oh, Lolly, give him to me. What's the matter with you? You stand there like you was watching a funeral or something. I got a couple of new records after you left. You want to hear them? Oh, boy, Ed'll like that one.
Oh, Mother, stop it!
Lolly, what did you do that for?
Oh, Mommy, don't you remember? A long time ago we said, and you promised about him that
Oh, Lolly, I know what you're driving at. Now let me tell you something. I've spent the best years of my life on you. A woman wants to be something else besides a mother, you know. Well, you will know when you get grown up. You can't explain everything to a child. Now, go on, run along. Well, what are you waiting for? Go on. All right.
Molly. Oh, God.
Miss Laurel Dallas,
daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Dallas, this evening becomes the bride of Mr. Richard Grosvenor III in a ceremony to be held in the Fifth Avenue home of her parents.
Brooks, is everything ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, but those curtains, Brooks. I told you they weren't to be drawn. Open them, please.
I beg your pardon, ma'am. But if the wedding is to be held in this room...
Well?
It makes it a bit public, ma'am.
Perhaps. But I want those curtains open, please.
Very good, ma'am.
Helen,
Yes, dear?
is that for her?
Yes. She'll be out there, watching from the street. I know she will.
You're sweet, Helen.
I've got to go see Laurel. Laurel, are you almost ready?
Yes.
What's this? You're crying. Oh, my darling.
I was just thinking. I never really thought that my mother... Oh, I thought that she would read about the wedding. Even though she was too far away to come, at least she'd write to me.
Oh, my dear. Do you think that if she knew, any distance in the world would keep her away?
Then you think she just doesn't know.
I know she loves you, darling.
Look, there's a window. You can see the whole thing.
Front row seats, huh?
All right. Don't shout. Break it up there. Come on. Break it up.
You too, lady. Move along now.
Oh, please. Please, let me stay a minute. Just let me see her face when he kisses her, please. Oh.
All right. Now you've seen it. You happy?
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our play has ended, but our stars return with Mr. DeMille in just a moment. We just want to mention those who so ably made up tonight's cast. They were Lou Merrill as Ed Munn, Bruce Satterley as Cornelius Morrison, Jack Egger as Leo Morrison, Dickie Jones as John Morrison, Wallace Roberts as Mr. Cooper, Sada Cowan as Mrs. Cooper, Hudson Fawcett as Mr. Chandler, Grace Kern as Carrie, James Eagles as Charlie, Teresa Harris as Edna, Frank Nelson as Mr. Morley, Elia Braca as Secretary, Margaret Brayton as Lynn, Joan Taylor as Doris, Margaret McKay as Telegraph Girl, Mary Lansing as a Mill Girl, Ross Forrester as Pullman Porter, and Alexander Lockwood as a policeman. Miss Stanwyck, whose next picture is Breakfast for Two, appeared through courtesy of RKO Studios, as did Miss Shirley. Another hit film from this studio is Stage Door, starring Ginger Rogers, Katharine Hepburn, and Adolphe Menjou. Mr. DeMille is from Paramount, where John Bowles is now filming The Yellow Nightingale. Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for Lancer Spy. Stella Dallas will soon be heard on the air in serial form. Back now to Mr. DeMille.
Once again, the curtains part for our stars, Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, and Anne Shirley. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say congratulations to the Lux Radio Theater on his third birthday. As for Stella Dallas, the picture in the radio play, I'm very thankful indeed to have been in it. But the real honors belong to Barbara and Anne. Barbara had to grow 20 years older and really look it. And Anne had the job of appearing as a 13-year-old girl.
And I think even Anne will admit she's a little bit more than that.
Well, I didn't have to use much makeup to look 13, but poor Barbara had to go around loaded down like a moving van.
But I loved it. Chiefly, I suppose, because it was such a fine character part.
While I've changed, I've been accused of aging players without resorting to makeup. I think our listeners would like to know, Barbara, just what we do to add 15 or 20 years to a player's appearance.
Well, it's all a matter of upholstering the hips, stomachs, and ankles. It's done with cotton padding, and it makes you feel a bit like a football player. The pouches I had under my eyes, the lines and wrinkles on my face were done with paint and brush, and so were my hands. I put sags in my cheeks by stuffing my mouth with rolls of cotton, just like the dentist uses when he says, "This is going to hurt us just a little." Yes, if you happen to see me in the picture, you'd swear I never was near a cake of Lux toilet soap in my life. I certainly looked awful.
But don't you worry, Mr. DeMille. Barbara wouldn't be without Lux soap for anything, judging from the way I saw her use it in her dressing room. Neither would I. I think it's grand.
And you'll find Lux soap in my home, too, just as you did on the set. For a nice, smooth complexion, there's nothing like it.
And again, about Anne's age, it may interest you to know that although she played the daughter of Barbara and me in the picture and on the radio, she isn't old enough to vote yet.
Yeah, still, she's been in pictures much longer than either of you. 17 years.
That's because I started off as a baby.
And she's had 4 names.
Yes, I was born Dawn Paris, then I changed it to Dawn O'Day, then to Anne Shirley, and last August I acquired the name I like best of all, Mrs. John Howard Payne. Thank you all, and good night.
Good night. Good night. And now a word about next Monday night. Picture a young husband. Picture a young husband who quits his job to turn writer. A young wife who becomes a dancer in order that he may eat while waiting for success. Then you have the premise of that sophisticated comedy of modern times, Up Pops the Devil. One of our brightest hits when it played on Broadway, and a great success on the screen. The play comes to our microphone next Monday night, starring Fred McMurray and Madge Evans. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred McMurray and Madge Evans in Up Pops the Devil. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. A wave of shoplifting breaks out in your city. There's no pattern to the thief's operations. There are no leads. Weeks pass. The number of thefts keep growing. Your job? Stop them.
In Fatima, the difference is quality.
Confirmed by smokers coast to coast.
In Fatima, the difference is quality.
confirmed by latest Fatima sales reports. Yes, Fatima quality. The finest domestic and Turkish tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild, to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
So compare Fatima. See for yourself why thousands and thousands of king-size cigarette smokers are switching to Fatima every day.
Enjoy all the advantages of extra length plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
Remember, Fatimas cost the same as the cigarette you're now smoking.
But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Next time, buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, August 22nd. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Wisdom. My name's Friday. It was 2:18 p.m. when we got to Anthony's Store for Women, the general manager's office.
Mr. Addy, come right in.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Romero, sir. I talked to you on the phone. This is my partner, Sergeant Friday.
How do you do? Elliot, how are you?
Certainly glad to see you. Let me get another chair here.
Thank you very much.
I haven't had time for my after-lunch cigarette yet. Care to join me?
No, thank you, sir. I got a light for you.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess you know what the problem is. No need for me to go all the way back and start from the beginning.
I didn't get it quite clear on the phone, Mr. Elliot. When did this last thing come up?
Well, the way we have figured out, it must have happened around closing time yesterday, between 5:30, we figure.
The store was pretty crowded at that time, was it?
Yeah, it's pretty busy. We had a special pre-winter showing in the fur department. No one noticed it was gone until after we'd closed up.
Uh-huh. Can you give us a description of the piece of merchandise, Mr. Elliot?
Yes, yeah. You got it right. Complete description, you see. Silver blue mink stove, satin lining, 2 slash pockets, silver chain fastener. Complete description of it for you.
Yes, I see. Thank you. These are the code numbers and the serial numbers on it, is that
That's right. The whole thing's getting way out of hand, Sergeant. We had a lot of things lifted from the store the last few weeks, but nothing this big. If this keeps up, I don't see how we're going to get our insurance renewed.
I guess your store detectives are working on this latest one, the missing fur?
Yes, but it's the same as all the recent cases we've had. They haven't been able to find a thing. All the personnel have been checked, all the people who were around the department when the fur was stolen. I mean, those it was possible to check on. As far as we know, they're all clear.
Uh-huh. What were the circumstances of this thing, Mr. Elliot? I mean, was this mink stole on a display rack? Did one of the models have it on? Exactly how was it?
Well, it was modeled, yes.
Uh-huh.
After it was shown to several parties, it was put back in stock. We have a special rack for the stoles, regular enclosed cabinets, sliding doors on it. Cabinets usually open during store hours.
I see.
There was a store detective in the department at the time. All those salespeople were standing around. I can't understand why one of them didn't see it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Elliott, you say this is the first time an expensive item like this has been lifted from your store? That's right.
Now, about the personnel, Mr. Elliot, you say there's been a check made on each one of them since this thing started?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And there's no reason to be suspicious at all of any one of your people?
Well, as a matter of fact, there is one, Sergeant, sales girl. She was up in 5 in the Sweet 16 shop. Then she was moved down to cosmetics on the street floor.
What is it that makes you suspicious for her?
Well, before I say anything, I want to make it perfectly clear to you. We've never had any real proof that there was something wrong there. Dorothy started with us 8 years ago. That's the girl's name, Dorothy Kirkman.
Mm-hmm.
She came to us right out of high school. She seemed to be doing all right, got along with the customers, dressed neatly, always on time. And all of a sudden, this shoplifting started. We didn't think there was any connection at first. Thought it was only coincidence.
How do you mean, sir?
Well, just for instance, wait a minute. Get the file on that right here on the desk. I see. Yeah. Here it is. Out of the first 14 items that disappear, 6 of them were out of Dorothy Kirkman's department, right out of her section. Cashmere sweaters, expensive blouses, scarves. As I say, at first we wrote it off to coincidence, but it kept recurring. Her section almost seemed to be the focal point of all the shoplifting. That was at the beginning, of course.
Did you have the Kirkman girl watched, Mr. Elliott?
Yes, we did. The department head kept an eye on her, and, well, I guess Dorothy noticed it. She resented it quite a bit, had a little spat with the head of the department. We thought it'd be best for everyone if she transferred. So we had her moved downstairs to cosmetics.
Mm-hmm. How did that arrangement work out?
Well, for the first few weeks, fine. And we started missing things out of cosmetics. A lot of it didn't amount to too much. A lot of it did. Makeup kits, expensive perfumes. This time we called her in, tried to talk to her about it in a nice way. She got very resentful.
Mm-hmm. She denied knowing anything about it, is that it?
Yeah, she got very upset. Of course, there is one thing I will say. The items in cosmetics are on display all over the counters. Fell easy for anybody to pick them up. The fact still remains the stealing began in her department upstairs. She moves over to cosmetics, and all of a sudden the losses increase there. What would you figure?
Yes, sir, I see what you mean. Wonder if you could have somebody point out this Dorothy Kirkman for us, Mr. Elliott. I think maybe we better have a talk with her.
I'd like to help you, Sergeant. I'm afraid that's not possible.
Oh? How do you mean?
She quit last Saturday.
We got all the information available on Dorothy Kirkman from the store's personnel files, and then we called the office and gave them a description of the stolen fur. We asked them to check the Kirkman girl through R&I. She had no previous criminal record. Before we left the store, we went to the fur department, talked to all the salespeople concerned, but we were unable to come up with anything new regarding the theft of the silver blue mink stole. We drove out to Dorothy Kirkman's last known address. She wasn't at home, but her mother was. The mother told us that the day before, her daughter had started on a new job as a salesgirl at the House of Raymond, an exclusive shop specializing in all types of cosmetics. We checked the phone book and found that the House of Raymond was located in the same 10-block stretch along Wilshire Boulevard where the shoplifting campaign was going on. It was one of the few places along there that the thieves hadn't bothered. It was 3 blocks from Anthony's Store for Women, the Kirkman girl's former place of employment. 4:05 p.m. We located her behind one of the front counters. Across the aisle, half a dozen women were listening to a makeup demonstrator giving a talk on complexion care. Dorothy Kirkman seemed pleasant and cooperative.
No, I don't mind telling you. I got sick and tired of being called a thief. That's why I quit Anthony's. A little of that goes a long way.
You started work here at Raymond's yesterday, Miss Kirkman, is that right?
Yes, that's right. I think I'm going to like it a lot better than Anthony's.
Mm-hmm. While you were working here at Anthony's, ma'am, I suppose you'd heard that quite a bit of shoplifting was going on.
Yes, I knew about it. Guess every girl in the store knew it. They had a big personnel meeting about it.
You have any suspicions of your own, Miss Kirkman?
How do you mean that?
Well, I mean, was there anyone in particular that you might have been a little suspicious of? Maybe one of the customers?
No. I've waited on some real weird ones, but I didn't see any of them ever try to walk out with anything.
Mm-hmm.
All I knew was what Mr. Elliott told us at that meeting.
Well, this might be an embarrassing question for you, miss, and we'd appreciate an honest answer.
Yes?
What about the sales girls you worked with? Did any of them ever give you cause to be suspicious?
You mean, do I think any of them were doing the stealing? No. There were some of them I didn't like. I didn't trust them either, but I wouldn't accuse them of stealing. I wouldn't accuse anybody unless I had proof. That's more than I can say for some people I know.
Well, by any chance, did you happen to be in Anthony's this past Monday?
Monday? No, why do you ask?
When you were working on the 5th floor up the street at Anthony's, we understand that when the merchandise first started disappearing, a pretty good percentage of it was out of your section.
That's what they told me, yes.
And then when you were transferred downstairs to the cosmetics counter, quite a few things started disappearing from there. Now, we'd like an honest answer, Miss Kirkman. Do you have any explanation at all for this?
I'll tell you the same thing I told them at the store, Sergeant. I can't explain it. But I didn't have anything to do with it, believe me.
Well, you'll have to admit, miss, it's pretty much of a coincidence, isn't it?
Sergeant, you can call it anything you want to. I didn't have anything to do with it. The only thing I ever took home from that store was my paycheck. Would you excuse me, please? Customer I have to wait on.
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead. What do you think? I don't know. She's a nice enough girl. Seems to be telling the truth. Could be a coincidence, the way it worked out. Nothing to prove otherwise. 4:38 p.m. We finished questioning the suspect, Dorothy Kirkman, and Ben and I went back to the office and made arrangements to have the girl kept under temporary surveillance. A bulletin had been gotten out on the missing fur stole, the pawn shop detail had been notified, and a description of the fur had been placed on the stolen property list. The following day, along with Sergeants Dick Rubles and Jim Tabor, we continued our investigation of the latest shoplifting complaints. It went slow, a lot of legwork, and no progress. Like the dozens of other items of merchandise which had vanished in the last 8 weeks, there wasn't a trace of the missing fur stole. More men were added to the special detail on duty in the 10-block area where the stealing was going on. Anybody in the city who'd ever served time for shoplifting was checked and rechecked. Constant surveillance was maintained over a half a dozen known thieves who we figured might be involved. It got us nothing. Wednesday, August 23rd, 5:30 p.m. No leads, no progress. We went back to the office.
Sure hope I get home before 6 o'clock tonight. I want to see that shoe repairman out in our neighborhood.
Well, what's the matter? You need some half soles?
No. I went in his shop the other day and he conned me into a new set of arch supports. Matter of fact, he didn't even call them arch supports.
What did he say they were?
Metatarsal supports. You know, supports from metatarsal?
Yeah.
That's one of the bones in the foot. He sold me a pair of these things and told me I should wear only one of them in my right shoe.
Yeah, what's the matter with that? Isn't it working out?
Miserable. Feel like I've been walking around with one foot in a bucket. I'll check the book.
Okay. Anything?
Yeah, sure is, from Robles.
What do you got?
That mink fur. It's been found.
2 hours before, at approximately 3:30 p.m. in the main depot of the Santa Fe bus lines, a 38-year-old housewife, a Mrs. Harriet Briggs, noticed an unclaimed parcel lying on one of the benches in the depot waiting room. When it became apparent to Mrs. Briggs that the parcel was either lost or forgotten, she picked it up and took it to the clerk in charge of lost and found articles. In checking the package for some kind of identification, they discovered the silver blue mink stole inside. A car was dispatched to pick up the fur, and it was identified as the garment taken from Anthony's fur salon. Mrs. Briggs volunteered to come along to the office to give what information she could. A stakeout was placed at the bus depot in case anybody called for the package. 5:50 p.m. We interviewed Mrs. Briggs in the squad room.
That's right, officer. It was just a little before 3:30. I was in the bus depot there waiting for my husband. That's when I first noticed this package lying on the bench just across from me.
I see. Would you go on, please, Miss Briggs?
I didn't think anything of it at first. I went on reading the afternoon paper, but no one came for the package. It was just lying there. Was there a long time.
Well, how long would you say, ma'am? I mean, before you picked it up and took it to the lost and found clerk?
Oh, I'd say 20 minutes, half an hour. That much at least. I left it with the young man at the counter there, and I told him I'd be back to see if anyone claimed it. Well, when I did get back, that's after I had dinner with my husband, Carl, we found out what was in the package. It's certainly strange. Don't you think, officer?
Yes, ma'am. Did you happen to notice at all who it was that left the package there?
Well, I'm not really sure, officer, but I think I know who it was. A tall woman. She had a brown jacket, if I remember rightly. I think you'd say she was in her early 30s.
Have you ever seen this woman before, Miss Briggs?
No, I never did. Very attractive, as I recall. She wore glasses.
Anything else about her you might have noticed?
Let me think. She had blonde hair. I remember that much. And the reason I do remember it is because she wore it like I used to when I was a girl, you know, sort of back in a bun like this.
And you're pretty sure that this woman you described is the one who left the package there?
Well, if I remember rightly, she's the only one that sat across from me. I guess it must be her. If it wasn't her, I don't know who else it could have been.
All right, Miss Briggs, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
That beautiful fur. I know that woman must be just sick about losing it. Certainly hope you find her, officer.
Yes, ma'am. So do we. We had the stats office make a run for us on all females with shoplifting records who fitted the description of the woman who'd left the mink stole in the waiting room at the bus depot. The following morning, we checked with the men on stakeout at the depot. They told us nobody had come back to report losing such a parcel. Together with Rubles and Tabor, we spent most of the day checking out the names on the list of known shoplifters which the stats office had made up for us. Names of possible suspects who physically resembled the tall blonde woman seen at the depot. We got nowhere. Either they had ironclad alibis or they had since moved out of the city. We ran down every possible angle on the freak recovery of the missing fur stole. During the next 10 days, the case got more involved than it already was. Some of the stolen articles of new merchandise began showing up, but not through any of the channels we expected. Some of the items were found dumped in sidewalk refuse cans. Some were found in hotel lobbies, in the post office, in theaters. Some were found tossed in vacant lots. The only logical answer we could figure was that it was the work of somebody who was stealing for just the love of stealing. A kleptomaniac. Tuesday, September 4th, a 15-year-old girl in one of the exclusive residential neighborhoods reported finding 2 parcels containing women's clothing and expensive costume jewelry. They still had the price tags on them, and they totaled $360. Ben and I drove out to talk to the girl, a Patricia Denvers.
Where'd you happen to find these things, Patricia?
Empty lot right down the block there. I was on my way home from the show. I took the things home and showed my mother. She called the police. If nobody claims this package with the costume jewelry, can I keep it? Certainly beautiful.
No, I'm afraid not, miss. We know who the things belong to. We're going to have to return them.
Oh, I certainly don't understand that.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, as far as I could see, she threw the things away. I thought she didn't want them.
What do you mean? Who didn't want them?
Well, the lady who threw them in the empty lot.
You saw who it was that threw the packages in that lot, did you?
Yes, I was on my way home from the show, just like I told you. I could see this lady walking up ahead of me. She was about a block away, I guess. When she went by the lot, I saw her take these packages from under her arm and toss them in the grass. She wouldn't do that if she wanted them, would she?
Did you get a good look at this woman? You have any idea what she looks like?
She's a good-looking woman. Tall. She has beautiful blonde hair. Her husband's a doctor.
And you know who she is? You've seen her before?
Well, I don't know her to talk to. I just see her around the neighborhood.
Does she live around here? Do you know that?
Yeah, right next door to my girlfriend.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. If you smoke king-size cigarettes, listen to Fatima's amazing new offer.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy their extra mildness and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you don't like Fatima's better than the king-size cigarette you are now smoking, return the pack with the unused Fatimas, and we'll give you your money back plus postage.
We make this amazing offer because we believe Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes.
Smokers all over the country are confirming this every day.
Here is the latest state-by-state report.
State 1, Fatima sales up 69%. 2, sales up 118%. 3, sales up 92%. 4, sales up 142%. And those are just a few.
Remember, if you're not convinced Fatima is better than your present king-size cigarette, just return the pack with the unsmoked Fatimas before December 1st and get your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1. Buy Fatima. Best of all king-size cigarettes.
Tuesday, September 4th, 5:15 p.m. With the help of the 15-year-old girl, Patricia Denvers, we got the name and address of the woman who had been seen tossing the parcels of stolen merchandise into a vacant lot in the west end of the city. The woman was identified as a Mrs. Virginia Sterling, the wife of a Dr. Bruce Sterling, a fairly prominent young surgeon with offices in Beverly Hills. Mrs. Sterling and her husband had no children. They leased a richly furnished apartment in a residential section of the city that was considered better than the upper middle class. We checked Virginia Sterling through R&I, but she had no previous criminal record that we knew of. Together with Sergeants Rubles and Tabor, we covered the various stores along Wilshire Boulevard that had been victimized in the recent shoplifting campaign. We found that Mrs. Sterling had charge accounts at almost every one of the stores. Generally speaking, we found her accounts in very good standing, and among the store people, she was regarded as what is referred to as a fine customer, a good spender, and a good credit risk. Right down to the Retail Credit Association, there was nothing but favorable reports on the woman. 7:15 p.m., Ben and I had a hamburger and some chili and a cup of coffee for dinner, and then we drove out to the apartment of Dr. Sterling and his wife. Mrs. Sterling answered the door and invited us in. We identified ourselves. She told us the doctor was out on a call. She showed us into the living room. Modern furniture, indirect lighting, expensive rugs.
Won't you sit down, gentlemen?
Thank you very much.
Should I get you a drink? I was just having my coffee and brandy.
No, thank you, Miss Sterling.
I really don't know when the doctor will be back. He was called over to the hospital. Is there anything I could help you with?
Well, as a matter of fact, Mrs. Sterling, we came out to talk to you, not your husband.
Oh, really? What is it you wanted to talk to me about, Sergeant Romero?
Well, ma'am, we understand that you do quite a bit of your shopping along Wilshire Boulevard. Is that right?
Well, yes, I shop downtown quite often. Except for the problem of parking, I find it a lot more convenient. Why do you ask?
Miss Sterling, do you do much of your shopping at Anthony's? I believe that's out in the Wilshire district.
Yes, I do. For my sports clothes, especially. They have a very good selection.
Mm-hmm. Would you remember if you were in Anthony's on the 22nd of last month? I believe that was a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday. No, I don't think I could remember one way or the other. I really don't have any special day for shopping. I just go when I feel like it or when I need something.
Have you ever been in the first salon at Anthony's, ma'am? Have you ever made any purchases there?
I suppose I've been in almost every department at Anthony's at one time or another. I can tell you, though, I've never bought any furs there. As I told you, the main reason I go there at all is because of their sportswear. Could you tell me what this is about, please?
Routine investigation, ma'am. I wonder if you could tell us this. Do you have any occasion to travel in the area of the Santa Fe bus depot?
By bus? No. I don't think I've been on a bus since I've been married, and that'll be 6 years this coming December.
You've never been in the Santa Fe bus depot downtown, then?
No. I think I know where it is. I've driven past it. I've never been inside, though. Why should you want to know that?
Well, Miss Sterling, we're going to be honest with you. This has to do with an investigation we're on. Now, we've had a couple of reports that you were seen at the Santa Fe bus depot on August 23rd. That was on a Wednesday. Reports came from pretty reliable people.
Well, I certainly consider myself reliable, and I say I've never been there. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like some kind of explanation for this questioning.
You mean you have no idea why we drove out here to talk to you?
Well, of course not. Number one, I don't understand your questions at all. Number two, I'd like to know what they have to do with me.
Well, it has this to do with you, ma'am. Last August 23rd, a woman in a brown sports jacket answering your description left a package in the Santa Fe bus depot. Well, this package contained a mink stole taken from Anthony's. The woman who left the package in the depot fits your description perfectly.
That's all? It's a coincidence?
Yes, ma'am, maybe. I suppose you've read in the papers about the big increase in shoplifting. Most of it's taking place right in the area where you say you do most of your buying. Well, we've checked out every single one of the cases, Mrs. Sterling. Took us a long time. We found a dozen salespeople in those stores. Every one of them tells us that you were around the particular store when the shoplifting took place. Law of averages, Mrs. Sterling. You show up too often in the reports.
Would you please leave my house? Both of you, please.
I'm sorry, Miss Sterling, but you'll have to come along with us.
What do you mean by that? Don't you know you can get in trouble making false accusations? I'm going to call my husband right now.
Yes, ma'am, if you like. Go right ahead.
Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am.
What is it? What do you want to know? You can tell me.
I think you know already.
What do you want? Tell me, please.
We've got your story, ma'am. Right up to this afternoon. You went shopping today. You stole things as usual. When you tried to get rid of them, you were seen right in this neighborhood. The vacant lot down in the next corner. You threw them away there. Somebody saw you.
They didn't know it was me.
Yes, ma'am. They knew it was you.
Yes. How can I make them understand? Do you know?
No, ma'am.
Horrible. Shame. I couldn't tell my husband. I couldn't tell Bruce. I couldn't.
Oh, never mind. We'll tell him for you. 9:35 p.m. We got in the car and drove Mrs. Sterling downtown to the city hall. We took her to the interrogation room, called a police stenographer, and we began to take her complete statement. One of the first things she did was to admit full responsibility for the series of shopliftings which had been going on for over 2 months. She told us that her kleptomania, the urge to steal things, had started with her as far back as her junior high school years. She admitted as a girl she stole books, tablets, pencils, pieces of chalk. And as she grew older, it seemed to get more serious with her. It carried over into her college years. And that's when her stealing first got her into trouble.
It was when I joined this sorority. It was just like high school. I was all alone. We had a lot of clever girls in our house. Some of them were smart, some of them were pretty. All of them seemed to be doing something except me. I had to prove it to them. I guess I had to prove it to myself. I was smart, too.
See, you figured that taking things was the best way to prove that.
Yes, I suppose so. Of course, it wasn't easy, you know. The awful part was I got caught one day. It was kind of a relief in a way. I mean, how could they know I was just as smart as they were if they didn't find out what I was doing?
Did you stay on at college after that, Miss Sterling?
Oh, no, I couldn't after that. They voted me out of the sorority. There wasn't anything to do but leave, so I left.
Uh-huh. What happened after that?
I went to New York and stayed with an aunt I have there. I got a job. Had several jobs. The same thing came up again. I lost 2 of the jobs. Same thing over again. I just couldn't help it. Always means so much to me. Taking things, not being caught, getting away. Getting away. The things I took, they never meant anything to me. Nothing. Just taking them, not having anyone knowing. That's all that was important. It made up for that feeling, being all alone.
Yes, ma'am. And this thing went on, I mean, even after you were married?
No, not at first. I guess maybe a year or two. We were very happy, Bruce and I. And then he got busy, came out here and began to build his practice. I didn't see as much of him. We both wanted children. We wanted them very much. There weren't any. Bruce began to spend more time away from home. It was just like before. Same thing. I wasn't important. I was all alone again. Wasn't anybody. You know what I mean, don't you, Sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
There ought to be an answer someplace. There isn't anything worse than being alone. Is there?
I get it. Interrogation room Friday. Yeah, Dick. He is on his way now? Yeah, right. Yeah, thank you. Dr. Sterling just called. Said he was on his way in. He ought to be here in a couple of minutes.
I don't want to see Bruce. He's so good. I wouldn't know how to tell him.
Don't worry, ma'am. He'll be all right.
No. I'm alone. He's alone. It'll never be all right anymore.
Well, he's on his way in now, and he wants to see you.
What can I tell him? What's it going to be like? What's going to happen after this?
I don't know, ma'am, but you won't be alone anymore.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On December 9th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 88, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here's our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, a few minutes ago, we told you exactly why smokers all over the country are switching to king-size Fatimas. It's because Fatimas are extra mild, because they have a much better flavor and aroma. Now, if you haven't tried Fatimas yet, here's where you come in. We feel so sure that you'll enjoy Fatima quality that we make this offer. Buy a pack of Fatimas. If you don't like Fatimas better than the king-size cigarette you've been smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked cigarettes and we'll send you your money back, plus postage. You see, we're convinced that Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes. Buy a pack of Fatimas today. I know you'll agree.
Mrs. Virginia Sterling was tried and convicted on several counts of grand theft and received a sentence as prescribed by law, the terms to run concurrently. Grand theft is punishable by imprisonment for not less than 1 or more than 10 years. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Stay tuned for Counter Spy, next on NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit G3PL.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Pasadena Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 104. Go to Columbia and Orange Grove Avenues at once. Be on the lookout for a car with 2 men, believed to be bandits who just robbed the Pasadena National Bank. These men are armed and desperate. That's all. Thousands of boys and girls
boys have joined the Rio Grande Junior Police Department. They are equipped with junior police badges, Sam Brown belts, police pistols, siren whistles, handcuffs. Thousands of girls are wearing the sergeant's ring and the identification bracelet. All these and many other articles comprising the junior detective outfit are furnished absolutely free of charge by the Rio Grande Oil Company. We invite every boy and girl to join the junior police and to enjoy the many free gifts. Just go to any independent dealer selling Rio Grande cracked gasoline, and we'll give you a free copy of the latest issue of the Calling All Cars News, which tells you how to get the complete junior detective outfit absolutely free. And now a word of warning to the parents of these boys and girls. You are using Rio Grande cracked gasoline in your car because you believe that the gasoline used by more police cars, fire engines, police motorcycles, ambulances, and emergency equipment than any other brand must be the fastest gasoline you can buy. That's true. But frankly, the lively power of Rio Grande cracked gasoline is a constant temptation to drive faster than you should. We warn you against yielding to that temptation. Police have declared a war on speeders as relentless as their war on crime. Save that extra speed for emergency, when you've got to get out of the way quick to avoid collision. Police cars, 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 police cars use Rio Grande cracked gasoline because they have proved by tests in a score of cities that during the long hours of slow cruising over city streets, 24 hours a day, Rio Grande cracked is the most economical gasoline they can buy. But when the emergency comes, when the police car must reach the top speed instantly, then you see why police specify Rio Grande cracked. It has the most tremendous reserve power of any gasoline. An extra refining process gives cracked gasoline that extra speed to meet emergencies. And yet these extra advantages cost you no more. You can get Rio Grande cracked at the same price you pay for ordinary gasoline and enjoy police car performance at no extra cost. It is our pleasure now to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Good evening, friends. I have often emphasized on these programs the necessity for close cooperation between various law enforcement bodies. Tonight, we have asked a man whose cooperation I value highly to be our guest. It is from the files of his police department that the case you are about to hear was dramatized. Friends, it is my great pleasure to present Chief of Detectives Stanley Becker of the Pasadena Police Department.
Thank you, Chief Davis. I feel indeed honored to be a guest on Calling All Cars and to have the opportunity to bring to the radio audience of the West a story from our files. The case that you will hear shortly is a vivid proof of the willingness with which your police officers will risk his very life that your property may be preserved and the peace of your community be maintained. When you consider the modest income for which your policeman works, and you consider how little of golden opportunity his occupation holds for him, you may well be amazed at the dangers he is willing and eager to meet on your behalf. If you will pardon my understandable enthusiasm, your policeman is a great fellow, deserving of your highest respect, admiration, and support.
March 20th, 1924. Into the Ford agency in the quiet little town of Alhambra walks a young man, looks at several cars, beckons to the salesman on duty.
Looking for something in the way of transportation? Yeah, I thought maybe you might have a good used job here that wasn't priced too high. Only in town for a couple of months. I don't want to spend a lot of dough on a car. Just want something to get around in. Have you got something pretty reasonable?
Let me see now. I tell you what, I think I've got just the car for you. The 23 Ford. In the very best of condition. New rubber, fine paint job. Runs like $1 million.
How much?
I'll tell you what I'll do for you. I'll make it $250, and that's a buy.
Yeah, it probably is, but not for me. I don't want to spend over $100. You got a car that'll get me around for that price?
$100? Well, of course, that's not very much money, but perhaps I can find something.
How about that old coupe over there? Looks as though it ought to be around $100.
That automobile for $100? Why, that's a good car. You just spend a lot of money fixing it up. I could let you have it for $175.
No, 100 flat, and that's my price. But when anything to fit my purse, I guess I'll have to look around somewhere else.
Wait a minute. Tell you what I'll do. I'll speak to the boss and see what he says. Maybe I can get you a better price on it.
I've got too much trouble.
Oh, not at all. No trouble. If you'd like to look the car over, I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. I'll take a look at the book. Maybe I won't want it after I look it over.
Well, you've been making a mistake. It's a mighty clean job.
That's right, but start to walk down that press street. Clear to take the car away. The door works anyway. And if it runs. If it's started, at least you won't have to crank it. It runs. Not good, but good enough to get as far as I'm going.
Well, I've got good news for you. The boss says it's okay at $100, and I say that's a real buy.
You would. Well, I guess it'll get me around all right.
If you'll just step over to the office here, we can make out the papers.
Okay.
You're right in here.
Thanks.
You want to pay cash?
Yeah, I'll give you a check for it.
A check? You haven't got the cash, have you?
Of course not. You don't think I'm walking around with $100 in my pocket, do you? As a matter of fact, I only got in town a little while ago. I haven't even established credit here.
You got a check on a local bank?
Better than that. Got a cashier's check on the Mutual Bank in Chicago. It certainly ought to be good enough.
Would you mind letting it hit? Just a formality, of course. Your boss is kind of particular about our taking checks.
There it is. Good as gold. That's the biggest bank in Chicago's failed since I left there 5 days ago.
Mm-hmm. Made out for $150.
Sure, I don't happen to have one for $100 even. And I figured I could get $50 in cash. Isn't that all right?
Well, yeah, I guess so. Check seems to be all okay. Now, if you just sign this receipt here, I'll endorse the pink slip over in the old check.
Fine. On this line?
That's right.
There you are. John Henry complete.
Edward Fells, Chicago, Illinois. And here's the pink slip over for it. Thanks a lot, Mr. Fells. I'm sure you'll get a lot of satisfaction out of the car.
I hope so. And thanks for getting me such a good price. I won't forget.
Check for $150 on the Mutual Bank of Chicago?
That's right, Sergeant. This morning, comes back Martian. Not easy to bank. So I want you to find this man and get my money back.
Well, I doubt if he'll have much of it left. We'll try to pick him up for you. Now, if you'll give me the description of this car, I'll start the boys looking for it.
It's a 1921 Ford Coupe.
What color?
Black. The license number is 133745.
133745. All right, Mr. Jones. We'll get after it right away and let you know as soon as we get this place done.
I'm telling you, Adam, if things don't get better pretty soon, I'm going to close up the store. I don't know what's the matter with people. Maybe they ain't thinking anymore.
Maybe you need some advertising, George. That fellow makes gum. He says, tell them quick and tell them often. Only sells plenty of gum.
Well, there's a lot of difference between something you chew and a can of paint. No, sir, it ain't advertising I need. It's the customer.
Well, ain't much use in talking about it. That won't sell no paint. How about a little game of rummer?
You're on. That is, if I can remember where I put the cards last time we played. I think it's somewhere on this counter here. No, right here.
I tell you, George, you're getting absent-minded like. I was reading just the other day about a scientist fellow who says that the American people are losing the natural concentration, or something like that. He says we all ought to read more. Stimulate the mind.
Here we are. Right there, put them on the sofa. Set up stable of them while I get chairs.
Don't give me the one you did last time. Darn thing like they're falling apart with me sitting in it. Look, George, you got a customer, maybe.
Yeah. There's lots to do, sir. You want some paint?
Yeah, quite a lot of paint. Got a couple of barns to cover.
What do you have in mind? Outside paint?
Yeah, a couple of gallons of that and some good inside enamel, too. Got a lot of brickwork to do.
Well, I've got some mighty fine house paint here that ought to do the trick. What color do you think you'd be wanting?
Oh, white, I guess. Yeah, plain white will be fine.
Well, here's the best paint I ever seen for rough work.
How much is it?
I see a mark here on the bottom of the can. Adam, You remember the price on this stuff?
Why don't you look on that there list you made out? It's hanging right there in front of your nose.
Oh, yes, let's see. White, rough finish, full watt drinking. $3 a gallon.
$3 a gallon, huh? Well, I'll need about 3 gallons of that and a couple of quarts of white enamel.
Yes, sir. This here enamel is about the best for the money. 6 cents for it.
Okay. I guess that's about all. You got a pen?
Pen?
Yeah, you know, something you write an ink with.
Well, now, I don't know exactly whether I have one around here. Now, Adam, you got that fountain pen of yours with you?
Yeah. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. Here you are, mister.
Good. I'm going to catch his check here for $50. I'll be all right, won't it?
$50? Ooh.
What's the matter? Have you got that much money?
Well, I ain't got it right here on hand, but I guess I can get it next door.
Well, I hope so. You got any cash on me? I got to get this paint now so I can get started on those barns right away. If you haven't got it, I can go to another paint store.
Oh, no. I'll get it all right, I think.
George, can I see your money?
Huh? Oh, sure. Pardon me a minute, mister.
Yeah, go right ahead.
George, I got enough in my wallet to cash that check if you want.
You got... Where'd you get all that money?
Here's the payment on the house. The bank's due till tomorrow, and you can get that check cashed to the bank before then. Here, you want it?
I'll say I do. This is the first $10 sale I've made so long that I just can't afford to lose it.
All right, here, take it.
Thanks a lot, Adam. I appreciate it. There you are, mister. $40 even. The paint come to just 10.
Okay, here's your check. Well, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Well, George, as someone once said, speak with the devil.
And the money was for the monthly payment on the house of my friend here, so you see if I can get up to the top of the bus.
Well, if you'll just take it easy now, maybe I can get some sense out of this thing. Now, you say the fellow gave you this check for $10 of the paint, eh?
That's right. And it ain't any
And
good.
it's the only money I got, and if I don't make that payment, the old lady'll kill me.
All right. Just try to keep yourselves under control and stick to the facts. Now, can you give me the description of him?
Well, as I remember, he was about my height, maybe 10 or 15 pounds heavier.
No, George, you're wrong. He was at least an inch taller than you.
I say he was about my height, Adam. Wasn't I standing right there in front of him, wasn't
Yes,
I?
and you were on them floorboards behind the counter, and they're all of an inch thick, so that proves my point.
All right, boys, all right. Suppose you wait till you get home for the rest of the argument. He'll say height approximately 5 feet 7 inches. Now, can you tell me anything more about him? Color of his hair, clothes he wore?
Well, I'd say his hair was sort of dark, almost black, and he had a regular...
No, that's wrong. His hair
Now,
was
Adam,
brown.
I said right there. Look at that.
Amber police tolling all cars, attention all cars, attention all patrolmen, all sheriff's men. Be on the lookout for man going under the name of Edward Pell, passing bad checks for $50 and $150. Inform all merchants in the city to watch the checks from Mutual Bank of Chicago and report anyone attempting to cash one at once. Description as follows. Height approximately 5 feet 7 inches.
Hello, operator. Give me the police department. All right.
Alhambra Police Department. Yes, Sergeant speaking.
Hello, Sergeant. This is the Fifth Fine Haberdashery. There's a fellow in here just bought some clothes and wants to cash a $50 cashier's check on the Mutual Bank of Chicago. I'll try to stall him until you can get someone over here, but make it fast.
Keep him there, and I'll have a couple of the boys over in no time.
Okay, but hurry, will you? I don't like the looks of this bird. He might try to get tough.
Don't worry, just call him along.
Okay, goodbye. If you just have a seat, Mr. Stell, I'll have the money over for you in a minute. We've been keeping very little cash on hand here for the last few weeks. There's been a couple of robberies in this district. I just phoned, and the manager will be right over with the money.
I haven't got much time. Well, it don't take him too long to get here.
Well, I'm sure it won't. He said it would only be a matter of a couple of minutes. Could I show you something in shirts or socks while we're waiting? We have some of the very latest patterns in shirting. Now, here's one with a pin strap. It's becoming very fashionable this season.
I don't want any shirts.
Some handkerchiefs, perhaps. I have a wonderful buy in linen handkerchiefs that might interest you. It will seal the quality of this linen. It's the very best Irish linen to be found anywhere in this country.
Yeah, that's all right. Come on, buy a few of these someday. How much are they?
75 cents. And that's the fairest price I've ever heard of for real Irish linen. This is the man, officer.
Get your hands up over your head and don't be wasting any time about it. Hey, what's the idea? What's going on here?
I think you know well enough. Stick out your wrist.
I certainly will not. I haven't done anything.
Well, maybe this will make you change your mind. A little bit of jiu-jitsu. An old Japanese friend of mine got me. Now, you're coming along peaceful like, young fella? Am I going to have to drag you?
Oh, you don't have to get rough. I'll go.
That's a smart lad. That way, there's no chance of anybody getting bruised up a bit.
Come on. Start to wait for the car.
Thus, the first chapter of Bad Check Passer Edward Bell comes to a sudden close. Sentenced to 1 to 5 years in the county jail, he spends less than a month in custody. He's then released on probation. 3 weeks later, he's arrested by the Los Angeles police on forgery charges. Spends 2 weeks in jail. He is dismissed because of lack of evidence. In December 1924, the name Edward Bell again appears on the police blotter in Los Angeles on suspicion of robbery charges. But once again, the law finds itself unable to gather sufficient evidence for a conviction, and forger Robert Bell walks out of the city jail a free man. December 31st, 1925, Sergeant Coombs of Central ushers a man into the office marked Los Angeles robbery jail.
Morning, Captain. I'm brought to that fellow we picked up last night on suspicion of robbery.
Yes, thank you, Sergeant. You again, eh, Sal?
Yeah.
You know, Sergeant, there's something mighty funny about this fellow. He's been in here 3 times now, and within a week or 2, he's always been back on the outside.
I proved every time I had nothing to do with the rap you're trying to hang on me.
Perhaps you proved it, Phil. But I know just as well as you do that you're as guilty as the devil.
Why don't you tell your boys to lay off me, Kent? It's a selling a guy trying to get a decent job, and every time he walks into a joint, an armful of bulls muscle in through the door and drag him off. You know how it is.
I know how it is, all right. Now you listen, Phil. You're heading into a whole lot of trouble for yourself one of these days. I know we can't hold you on this charge. Maybe you'll be in 2 or 3 more times and walk out again. But one of these days, you're going to find yourself right smack in the center of plenty of grief.
Yeah, you think you both are pretty wise guys. You have an idea that someday you're going to frame me and make it stick. Well, there isn't a cop on your force smart enough to get me for keeps. Now, how about telling this yes man of yours to let me out of here?
Okay, Phil. I'll remember that little speech of yours. Sergeant, show this gentleman. So, Edward Bell once again walks out of the shadow of jail, mingles with the crowd, chuckles inwardly at the stupidity of the law. And the law.
103rd Precinct. Just start speaking.
Posting 39675. Notify all patrolmen check activities of one Edward Bell. Record 41531. Notify this office of any suspicious movement.
Is that all right?
That's all. Los Angeles robbery detail.
Adams, 36th Precinct. Got a report on post 39675 concerning movement of one Edward Bell. Seen in company of one Ward Felder. I checked on Felder. He has no record, but he's been mixed up in 1 or 2 shady deals.
Good. Keep a couple of the boys on him and report anything else we discover.
Okay.
Supposing something goes wrong, what happens then?
Nothing can go wrong. I tell you, these bulls are in custody and haven't got brains enough to catch souls. Finally, gave rise to the fact that we've busted in their tin bank, we'll be clear out of it on our way. I tell you, Ward, I've got what it takes. They made a rap stick on me yet, have they?
No, but there's always a first time.
2 meters of drink. Hey, George, come here, will you?
How about these boys in here? Are they all right?
They better be. Well, what I know about them, they wouldn't dare open up their mouths to the law. One of the phone call and out come the four eyes. Find this little speakeasy and wham, over they go.
I guess you do know your way around all right, Eddie.
Sure. Stick around and you'll go places. Hey, George, how about it?
Okay, boys. What did he this time? Make it another fizz, I mean.
Right, good, George. And make it better than that last one, will you? A little soup in it.
Always the same crack, eh? More gin, more soup. Okay, boys, I'll make this one right.
That's the spirit. Make it powerful.
Powerful. That's the order, powerful. Make it a gin fizz and a sidecar. You sure you're not hitting those sidecars too heavy, Eddie?
Listen to him, hitting them too heavy. Ward, my boy, I've yet to see the day when liquor began to think for me. My mind's as clear as it ever was.
Oh, okay. I was only thinking that you might talk too much if you got a little oil. Forget it.
Okay, it's forgotten. Now, here's the idea. Think it over and sleep on it tonight. Tomorrow morning, you'll see how good it is. There's a bank over in Pasadena that's got plenty of dough laying around waiting for a couple of smart guys like us to pick it up.
What, in a vault?
They call it a vault. Looks to me like a tin can. You can cut through it and nothing flat. Scoop up a few grand and zip. It's a pipe.
Yeah. Where are you going to get the equipment?
That's all fixed, too. I know a guy that works in a welding shop. I talked to him into renting me a torch and cutting nozzle. He thinks I'm working on a car in my own garage. We'll pick up this stuff in the evening and take it over to the house and put it in the garage. Then later we can pick it up and head to the bank. There's nothing to it.
Hey, now, boys, these ought to fix you up fine. They're what I like to call my super drink.
I'll tell you what I think of them after I've tasted mine.
Go ahead and see what you think.
Well, I've tasted better. There's more to it than that last apology for a drink you brought me.
Well, always on the beef, eh? Well, I'm losing money on this here drink, I'll tell you that much. Hey, I'll get the boys on that here.
How's it taking chance of serving any more liquor to that gang? I've passed it now.
Yeah.
Well, let's get back to business. What do you say?
Well, are you sure about this guy with the court?
Sure. I'm going to see him tonight. Just to sort of shoot a fat with him for a while about the car and the, the one I need the torch for.
Yeah, pretty smooth.
It's as smooth as knocking that bank over will be. How about it?
Well, I'll tell you what it is. Suppose you go see this guy tonight, and I'll meet you here tomorrow and tell you.
Okay, Ward. I'll the one to rush things. I'll see you here at 1:30 tomorrow. And here's to us.
Yeah, here's to us. Oh, I've decided it's a go, Eddie.
That's the way to talk. I knew you would. Now, we got to make a little change in our plan.
What's the matter? Something go wrong?
No, don't look so worried. I got to thinking last night about this cutting stuff. I figured maybe it'd be a better idea if we didn't try that angle.
Oh, well, I thought you were all set on it.
Sure I was. The chap that's got the court began to get a little inquisitive last night. Wanted to come over and help me with my car and all that. Put me in a spot, so I figured we just better skip him.
Yeah, well, what do we do then?
We'll stick up the bank. Started that way anyway. Walk in early in the morning just as the bank opens and slip the cashier a note.
I don't like that idea so much.
Listen, Ward, nothing can happen if we work fast. You can wait out in the car and I'll handle the whole stick-up myself. All you have to do is be there with the car when I come out and then drive like the devil.
Well, all right. I guess if you think it's okay, it's all right with me. I'll still go.
Good. I call for a drink.
Good. Hey, George.
Yeah, what? Make it 2 more and don't forget the soup.
3 more coming up. How about figuring out our move, huh?
Sure. When we get away from the bank, we'll head out Colorado to Orange Grove. Then straight on.
The morning of August 17th, 3 days later. Officer Ralph Elstad of the Pasadena Police Force, off duty, is just entering the Gardner Auto Works on the corner of Colorado and Vernon to pick up his car when... Oh, what in the devil?
All right, what is that?
Okay.
Oh, well, what's all the noise about out there?
I don't know, Bill. Mind if I use your phone a minute?
No, go right ahead. Gonna call the station?
Yeah. Hopefully nothing important, but you know me, just a bundle of curiosity.
Operator.
Get in the police station. I was just bringing the car in for that tune-up you promised me, Bill. You got time, Oh, hello?
Pasadena Police. Yes, Sergeant speaking.
Hello, this is Fred. What's going on?
Buddy, you got a car?
Yeah, but what's the...
A couple of guys just held up the National Bank on Fair Oaks and Vernon. Get out to Columbia and Orange Grove Avenue as fast as you can and watch for them. They're in a Star touring car, and at least one of them is on.
Okay, Sergeant.
Well, what's the dope?
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't stay to tell you now. I'm in a big hurry.
Harrison and Walker are covering the Colorado Street Bridge. Jazz proceeds to Columbia and Orange Grove right away.
Hey, little girl. You seen anything of a Star touring going like the devil?
No, I haven't, mister.
How long you been here?
Oh, a couple of hours.
Good. That means they haven't gotten out of town this way. I wouldn't be a bit surprised, Danny. Get out of line. They may be shooting.
Bandit car reported passing Columbia and Orange Grove approximately 3 minutes ago. Motorcycle Officer Ewing, Officer Chan, Harrison, and Walker directly behind, exchanging gunfire. Instruct all available cars and motorcycles to Keep down, Fred. Those boys are throwing plenty of lessons. Telling me. I'm afraid to take a crack at their tires for fear of hitting Ewing. Yeah, that boy's got plenty of the ball riding up there right behind all that hot sweat on the motorcycle. Harry, look. Ewing's hit. He's going to fail. Oh, you going to stop? No, we're going to stay with him. Somebody will take care of Ewing. I can get out of their tires now. That's just on the thing. Oh, wait. I get them.
Yes, in the chest. Go on. I can make it all right.
Out like a light. I gotta get him to a hospital.
if I can hit those tires before I run out of fuel. Ah, that's it. They're stopping. Hold! In the name of the law, hold! Don't let them. Well, you asked for it. Hold them for a while. All right, you. Drop that gun or I'll have to kill you, too. Drop that gun. Okay, but don't shoot, please. Well, that's better. Now walk over here with your hands in the air. Okay. Don't shoot with it. I don't want to go down like that. Oh, that's all. All right. Cut out the moaning and stick out your hands. I'll fix it so you can't play games. Oh, what's the matter? Too tight for comfort? Now, isn't that too bad? You got it, all right? Where's the other one? He's resting over to that tree. I think he'll stay that way for some time, if I'm not mistaken. Nice work. You sort of turned into a one-man police force, Dad. Hey, which reminds me of something. What's the idea of reloading your gun? You don't need it now. I just wanted to see something. Boy, am I lucky. What do you mean? Oh, nothing, except that when I winged that other bird over to that tree there, I used my last cartridge. And you, little man with the cuffs on, were looking into the business end of an empty gun.
So just 20 short minutes after Fell and Pelter made their daring raid on the bank, the long arm of the law reached out. Killed Fell, snapped the handcuffs on Pelter. Officer Fred Walker's wounds were not as serious as at first feared. Motorcycle Officer Ed Ewing suffered no more than superficial cuts and abrasions as a result of his fall. Officer Sheriff Craig faced an armed bandit. When he was reasonably sure that his gun was empty, stands as an eloquent tribute to the men that make up the Pasadena Police Department. There is instances like this that in the final analysis prove conclusively that the lawbreaker has very little chance of such men on his heels.
Thank you, Chief Decker. The exciting chase and capture of escaping criminals is only part of the work of police cars. Every hour of the day and night, thousands of police cars cruise through the streets of our cities using the same roads that you use, making the same stops, climbing the same hills. What an ideal test for gasoline. The selection of Rio Grande cracked gasoline to power more police and emergency cars than any other brand is proof that you can get more economical operation from cracked gasoline as well as greater power and speed. It costs no more to use the same Rio Grande cracked gasoline your police cars use.
Pasadena Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 104. Suspected case are now in custody. That's all.
Calling All Cars is written and produced by William N. Robeson. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Fiery horseless speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger.
When the western United States was first opened to settlers, gun law ruled the range. The coming of the railroad was a civilizing influence, but it was the masked rider of the plains who did most to bring law and order to the frontier. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of 7 states, and the memory of his deeds will remain with us as long as the memory of the early West itself. Return with us once more to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading to the railroad at Sioux Rapids! Someone's waiting for us there! Hello,
Limpy Davis led one of the most daring bands of outlaws in the West. Ruthless himself, he demanded the same quality in his men. As our story opens, we see them crouched in a clump of trees near the newly opened railroad line. A pile of logs has been placed on the track, and as Limpy steps out of cover and looks toward the east, he says,
"What's the time, Webb?"
Most 10 o'clock.
And that choo-choo train ought to be coming along right soon.
It's due now, Limpy.
Yeah, and it's bringing us about $10,000.
You figure the Stevens will pay that much cash?
Blame right they will. They ain't got no other kin but this young fella in the train. They're leaving everything they got to him. You'll be worth that much, all right.
Seems darn funny they ain't never seen him before.
There ain't nobody around here ever seen him. His pa and old Jake Stevens was brothers. But they fought about something while they was a couple of young bucks, and they never had anything to do with each other since.
And now he's going to come into everything they own. Some hombres have all the luck.
He won't think he's so lucky when he meets up with us.
Yeah.
What in blazes is keeping that train anyhow?
What I'm worrying about is whether the fellers in the engine will see the logs we piled on the track in time to stop without wrecking the train.
Don't worry, they'll see them in plenty of time.
And another thing. How are we going to know this fella Ridge Stevens when we meet up with him?
We'll locate him if we got to search everybody that's riding the cars.
Besides, Lamrody was a tall young fellow with sort of sandy hair.
It's a swell description.
You'd worry if he had cash in the bank.
Yeah. If I knew you fellas was anywhere around.
There's the train.
Yeah, you can see it coming around the far bend.
Gosh, just think of traveling without a horse.
You fellas know just what you're to do?
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, I got it.
Harv and Shorty will hold the gun on the 2 fellas in the engine.
All right.
Mac, you and Red will see that nobody gets a shot at Webb and me when we board the train.
Yeah.
And you, Pete, you'll bring up the horses so as we make a getaway fast.
All right.
Everything's straight, boss.
It better be. The fella that makes a mistake will have me to deal with.
Gosh, ain't they going to see them logs?
Don't be so all-fired fidgety. Keep out of sight, you fellas, till the train stops.
They seen the logs, all right.
Sure did.
Just hold still. They'll be stopping soon.
They'll stop right about here.
All right, fellas. Get them covered before they savvy what's happened to them. All right, come on.
What's happened? Somebody's blocked the rail. Hey, look, outlaw! They got us covered.
Don't anybody go for his shooting iron.
Get them hands up.
Go ahead, Limpy. We got the drop on them.
Come on, Webb. We'll get aboard and go through the car.
Yeah.
Keep your gun handy.
We're doing all right.
They're going through the car.
Quiet, you hombres. There's only one gent we're looking for. The rest of you stay where you are and keep your hands in the air.
We gotta hurry, boss.
Now, which one of you is Ridge Stevens? Come on, speak up. If you don't, I'll search everybody here.
I'm Ridge Stevens. What do you want me for?
Come here.
I asked you a question.
And I'm giving you an order.
Step up here before I shoot.
Try and get me.
After him, Webb. Don't shoot, you fool. We want him alive.
We won't get away.
Grab him. Jump for him.
Yeah.
I'll give you a hand.
I got him. Oh!
You knocked him out.
I couldn't help it, Limpy. He hit his head against the seat when he went down.
If he's dead,
He ain't,
I'll...
boss. Honest, he ain't. I can feel his heart beating.
He's sure got a bad cut in his head.
It ain't bleeding much.
Pick him up. We gotta get moving. Here, I'll give you a hand with him. Yeah. Got him?
Yeah.
Pete's brought the horses. They're just outside.
Uh-huh.
You can throw this fellow across your saddle.
All right, boss.
Watch out for the steps.
I can make it.
What are you doing with that fella, you rotten crooks?
There weren't so many of you.
The sheriff will be after you, fellas. Ready to go, fellas?
Yeah.
You ready for Stevens' Web?
We're ready.
Steady there. Back to camp, fellas. Now get moving. Yeah, come on.
Word of the train holdup and the kidnapping of a passenger soon spread. Among those who heard the story was the Lone Ranger, who with his faithful Indian companion Tonto determined to investigate. In the meantime, the sheriff and his deputies had scoured the country for a clue to the outlaws, but without success. We see the sheriff now in his office at Sioux Rapids. A deputy is with him.
You know, Herb, my idea is it was Limpy Davis and his gang that did this job.
Don't know anybody else around these parts with nerve enough.
But why in tarnation they do it?
You got me.
Ain't much doubt but what it was Jake Stevens' nephew them outlaws captured.
The folks on the train recollected the outlaws calling him Ridge Stevens.
But if it's cash them crooks want for Ridge, why in blazes don't they send some word?
Jake ain't heard nothing?
Not a doggone solitary thing.
Huh. Maybe it's just that they had something agin him.
They wouldn't be likely to hold up a train just for a grudge.
Don't sound reasonable.
And it's 4 days since it happened.
Maybe we'll find out someday.
Someday? By the great horn toad, if we don't learn something pronto, we're going to be in hot water for sure. Jake's so mad he's fit to be tied.
Well, you can't blame him much.
I ain't blaming him, I'm just...
We got a visitor.
Come on in.
A redskin. Well, I'll be darned.
Tonto wants make talk.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
Maybe you tell Tonto about outlaw.
Outlaw? What outlaw?
Feller stopped train. You got clue?
What's it to you if I have or not?
Maybe Tonto help you.
You know anything about it?
No. Tonto not know.
What do you make of it, Sheriff?
I got a notion. Say, Injun, who sent you here?
Friend send Tonto?
Your friend, huh? Your friend's name wouldn't be Limpy Davis, would it?
That's not it.
Sheriff, I'll bet it is.
Limpy's smart. It'll be just like him to send the redskin here to find out what we know.
You make plenty big mistake.
Yeah? Well, we'll find out about this.
Should I jail him, Sheriff?
We will if he won't talk.
You not jail me.
Where's Limpy?
Tonto not know.
You lie. Out with it, you polecat. We savvy your game and you're going to talk.
Tonto not talk.
Why, you...
He leave now.
Stay where you are.
Shoot him. He's resisting arrest.
I'll blast it. My hand.
A masked fella shot through the window.
A masked man?
I seen him just for a second.
He only hit my gun. Let's get after him.
Him and the Injun must have been together.
There they are.
Shoot.
I missed him.
And look at him travel.
Now we know doggone well who stopped that train. If it wasn't that masked feller, I'll eat my boot.
In the outlaws' camp, it had been discovered that Ridge Stevens was seriously injured. For 4 days he lay unconscious. And then, on the morning of the 5th, he stirred restlessly. Limpy stood over him, watching.
Maybe he's coming too.
What was that, boss?
Look at him. This is the first sign of life he's shown since we brung him to camp.
By golly, he's coming out of it.
Wait.
But I...
Wait, I tell you. Hey, you. Can you hear me?
Who's there?
He can hear you, Limpy.
How do you feel, fella?
Gosh, help me to sit up, won't you?
Here, I'll give you a hand.
Thanks. Hey, what am I doing here?
I reckon you ain't forgetting what happened over to the railroad.
Huh? Oh. What railroad?
My gosh, you must have got a bump on your head.
I'll be hog-tied. Think of forgetting that.
I don't know what I'm doing here, but I reckon I better be getting home.
You're a long way from home, fella.
But, hey, that's a funny thing.
Huh?
Why, I can't recollect where I live. I can't even remember my name.
If that don't beat all. Why, your name is...
Shut up.
What the...
Keep your mouth shut, Webb. Jack, Jack won't want to be bothered with that now.
Jack?
Is that my name?
Yeah. Come here, Webb. I got some things to say.
Uh-huh.
Come back soon, fellas, won't you? I got more questions to ask.
I'll be back. You just take it easy for now.
What in tarnation are you up to, Limpy?
Wait till we get where he can't hear us.
But I can't...
Here. This'll do.
What I'd like to know is what
you nearly spoiled it. Don't you see what's happened? He can't recollect a thing before that bump he got in the head.
Sure, but why tell him his name is Jack?
Because that's what it's going to be from now on. As far as he'll know, he's an outlaw just like the rest of us.
Maybe I'm dumb, but I can't figure...
We'll tell him he's wanted by the law.
Yeah?
This is good. He's the only one of us that ain't knowed around here by sight.
Of course he ain't, but I...
Can't you see it? We'll leave a note with Jake Stevens asking for 10,000 cash. Then we'll watch the ranch. And when there's nobody around, we'll send this fella here after the money.
You mean send young Stevens for the cash that's to be paid for his own return?
That's just what I mean. His uncle ain't never seen him, you know.
Well, of all... Why, sure, that's right.
And if he gets shot, they'll be shooting a fella they want to save without knowing it.
Limpy, that's the slickest idea I ever heard.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When Red Stevens, who was kidnapped from the Sioux Rapids train, recovered consciousness in the outlaws' camp, Limpy Davis convinced him that he belonged to the gang. As our second act opens, the young man and Webb Davis's lieutenant, are riding toward Stevens' ranch house. Ridge says,
You know, Webb, I wish Limpy hadn't sent me to collect that cash.
Shucks, Jack. There ain't no danger. The boys are watching out. If there's been a trap set, they'll give us a warning.
I wasn't thinking of that.
Well, you'll go through with it or wish you had.
Where is this Ridge Stevens we're supposed to be holding?
Never mind about that. He's took care of all right.
And another thing I've been wondering about.
Yeah?
Are these clothes I got on the same as always belonged to me?
Now, that's a darn funny thing to ask.
Are they?
Of course they are. Ain't you satisfied with them?
I was just wondering. It ain't easy when you can't remember nothing.
Well, there ain't much you have to remember. Just don't forget that when we get to the Stevens place and you go in, I'll be outside by the window watching everything you do.
Well, I don't cotton to this much. I don't know that I ought to...
Keep your mouth shut and do what you're told. You're in this the same as the rest of us.
Yeah, guess that's right. Well, will these papers I got prove we're holding this Stevens fella?
Uh-huh. Them's what he was carrying to identify himself with when we took him prisoner.
Yeah?
Well, Jake Stevens ought to have the cash ready for you. It's been close to a week since he got the note.
I know about that.
There's the house now.
I don't see nobody around.
That's why we got word to come. There's only Jake in the house with some redskin and a young fella about your age. Oh, go there.
Oh.
Now go on in. If they try anything, I'll be just outside. There's more of the boys in calling distance.
I ain't afeard.
I'll keep the horses with me.
Who's there?
I got a message for you.
Who are you?
Let me come in.
Well, come in. You got any business with me?
Who are these fellas?
Why, the redskin's name's Tonto. And this here is my nephew, Ridge Stevens.
What's that?
What are you looking so flabbergasted about?
Did you say Ridge Stevens?
That's my handle.
But I just come to collect $10,000 to turn Ridge back to you.
Huh? Are you loco? Say, are you one of the fellas that sent me a note saying you had Ridge and wanted $10,000 for him?
Well, I didn't...
That don't beat all. If there's anything I like to see, it's a bunch of so-called slick crooks get fooled.
Fooled?
Sure. You grab a hold of some fella and figure he's my nephew. And all the time the real Ridge Stevens is right here, safe as can be.
But we got papers to prove it.
They must be the papers I told you I lost, Jake. Well, young fella, you're welcome to keep them. And you can go back and tell your pards that their little stunt didn't work.
I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Yeah?
Leastways, I don't think I did.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know exactly. Well, it don't matter none.
We ain't particularly interested in your alibis anyhow. Now, go on. Get out of here.
You mean you ain't going to try and hold me?
Shucks, what be the use? We know darn well you didn't come here without some of your friends, so back you up.
You go quick.
Who'd you say the Injun was?
Told you his name was Tonto. He come along with Ridge here when he showed up.
You leave now.
I'm going.
But remember this. We're letting you go this time because we savvy there ain't no use trying to keep you for the law. But if we meet again, you ain't going to be so lucky.
We ain't likely to meet.
And a good thing.
Did you hear what they said, Webb?
Every blamed word. Get on your horse, blast you.
But it wasn't my fault.
Maybe it weren't. But when the boss hears about this, he's going to have your hide. Get up. Get up there. Get up. Come on.
Webb and Ridge rode back to camp and made their report to Limpy. We see the outlaw leader as he questions the two men.
Webb, are you sure that the young fellow was the real Ridge Stevens?
Boss, I wouldn't swear to nothing anymore. Well, if he ain't, then I'm a Comanche.
What did he look like?
He was just like Lem Rodas. Sandy hair and everything.
I don't like any part of this. If I figured I wasn't wanted by the law, I'd quit this gang.
Yeah, you'd quit, would you? Why, blast your hide, it's all your fault this happened. It's because we thought you was...
Webb, can't you ever learn to keep your mouth shut?
Oh, what's the difference now?
Plenty of difference. Jack, you go on over and see to the horses.
But just what...
Go on, I said.
Oh, all right.
Now, what's the matter with what I said this time?
Look here. What's going to happen if he finds out he ain't a regular member of our bunch?
What do you think it'd happen?
Just this. We'd either have to shoot him or watch him all the time so's he couldn't get away to tell about us.
Well, I don't...
But if we keep still about what we know, he'll keep on thinking he's an outlaw and stay with us.
Well, maybe so.
I've been wondering what could have happened. The only thing I can figure is that this fella got Ridge's papers somehow and was up to some trick.
He might have been at that.
If he weren't, why'd he say he was Ridge when we found him on the train? And how'd he come to have those papers with him?
Yeah, that's so.
Now we got the whole thing to do over again.
Huh? You ain't planning to get a hold of that fella at the Stevens place, are you?
And why not? Hey, Fred, come over here.
You want me, Limpy?
Come here.
What is it, boss?
You've been with the fellows that have been watching the Stevens place, haven't you?
Sure.
You was watching it all the time so's we'd know when it was safe to send for the cash.
What have you got in mind, Limpy?
I was just thinking that while the fellows was watching, they must have learned something about what the folks at the ranch do with themselves.
What do you mean?
Well, does this young fellow that's at the Stevens place ever go anywhere alone?
He sure does.
Yeah?
He takes a ride every day over to that big red hill north of the ranch.
Every day?
Just like clockwork. He starts out after dinner and don't come back for a couple hours.
And that's when we're going to get him.
Maybe we can at that, boss.
Sure we can.
But do you figure it's safe?
Why ain't it? We can meet him at the hill, grab him, and beat it.
But what if he's being guarded?
You just heard he rides alone, didn't you?
Yeah, but what I meant was the hill can be seen from the ranch. Maybe somebody is set to keep an eye on him.
If it looks like there might be trouble, we'll leave him alone. But if we get him, we'll have enough head start so's nobody from the ranch could catch us.
Yeah.
We can have fresh horses waiting for us halfway back just to make sure.
Uh-huh. But what if he rides off when he sees us coming?
He don't know us. Why should he figure we're outlaws?
Yeah, I guess that's right.
Of course it is. And this time we'll show Jake Stevens we ain't so easy to fool as he figured.
The following day, Limpy Davis and his men waited in hiding until they saw the young man ride from the Stevens ranch. Then, when he drew near the hill, they rode forth to meet him.
There he comes.
That's him, all right.
Just take it easy, like we wasn't going nowhere in particular.
Uh-huh.
Wave at him friendly-like. I'll tell you when to get him.
He don't seem to suspicious nothing. He's waving back.
Howdy, fellas.
Now, hold up there, young fella.
Get him, Fred.
What the devil's coming on?
You're coming with us.
You got him, fellas?
You can't get away with this kind of stunt.
Yeah? You're going to learn different.
All right,
Hey,
Limpy,
Limpy, look over to the ranch. There's two fellas riding out, and more behind them.
Come on. They can't catch us. Come on, get up there.
Get up. Come on, get up.
With whip and spur, the outlaws urged their horses forward. But little by little, the gap closed between them and the masked man. Finally, Webb cried,
They're almost up to it.
Oh, God, I never seen horses like that.
Get up there. Get along, blast you.
The Redskins coiling his rope.
We gotta get away from them. The other bunch will catch us.
Fire at them.
Can't aim riding like this.
Hurry.
I hope they catch a whole bunch of you skunks.
We'll take care of you later.
They're firing at us.
Maybe I can hit that masked fella. I'll take a picture. Oh,
We can't stand up against shooting like that.
We got him. The rope. The Indians rope me. Whoa there.
Whoa, there, boy.
Take the rope off of me. I'm choking. I don't get on you. Oh, hey, horse. Oh,
That's it, Tonto. Don't shoot. Tell the master to make it right.
While the Lone Ranger and Tonto held the outlaws at the point of their guns, the sheriff and Jake Stevens brought up his posse to complete the capture.
All right, Limpy. Keep your hands up.
We give up, Sheriff.
By golly, the masked fella's scheme worked just like he said it would. I told you if you did like he said, everything would come out all right.
And it sure did, Marshal.
Marshal? Is this fellow we just captured the United States Marshal?
Yep. And the fella you took off the train is the real Red Stevens.
But what's the idea of
The masked fella's plan to make you think you got the wrong hombre. And the marshal rode out here alone every day so you'd try to get him.
Limpy, we've been tricked.
Why, the blast...
Take it easy, Limpy. You're headed for a long spell in jail.
Come here, Ridge.
Gosh, it's good to see you, Uncle Jake.
Hey, I thought you couldn't recollect nothing.
I couldn't at first. When I seen my name wrote on the inside of my shirt, and Webb told me them was the clothes I always wore, it set me to figuring.
So that's why he asked me that question.
Yep. And then I started to remember things more and more.
Well, I'll be...
Say, where's the masked fella? I want to thank him for what he's done.
There he goes. Him and the Injun both.
Well, I'll be doggone. He captures the worst bunch of outlaws I ever seen, and then he just rides off like it was nothing.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Names, dates, and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Every day, Monday through Friday, there's top entertainment throughout the day when you set your radio dial to this NBC station. When it's time for Double or Nothing, you'll hear one of radio's funniest quiz shows. Yes, Walter O'Keefe consistently comes up with great comedy entertainment Monday through Friday on Double or Nothing. Then there's the program of the heart, Strike It Rich. Just the prescription to cure your housework blues. From Chicago, Tommy Bartlett brings you Welcome Travelers and interviews with his many interesting guests. And for more fun, listen to this year's Peabody Award-winning comics, Bob and Ray. And remember to dial Dave Garroway for music and relaxing entertainment. Consult your local newspaper for the broadcast time of these Monday through Friday programs. Keep a weather eye on your watch and hear every minute of these great shows. Remember, it's Double or Nothing, Strike It Rich, Welcome Travelers, Bob and Ray, and Dial Dave Garroway every day on the NBC Radio Network. Now, here's today's Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Stick Up.
It is early morning, September 6, 1938, the day after Labor Day. In the quiet little town of Avon, Texas, the last breakfast customer has just left Baker's Beanery. Owner Tom Baker, alone in the roadside cafe, stands behind the counter, washing dishes.
Jim, why they're a-dying, Nellie started crying. You ain't going to try me.
Oh, howdy, General.
Howdy, boy. Sure getting hard, ain't it?
Uh-huh.
I reckon I could give you a hand with them dishes in exchange for a bottle of soda pop.
You're sure playing it safe.
What you mean?
I saw you watching through the window. You waited till I got down to this last plate before you come in with that proposition.
Oh, saw me, eh? You want me to fill the sugar bowls for you?
Already done that. Need some spuds peeled, though.
How many?
About a bushel.
Oh. Then I guess I'll have to pay in cash.
General, you're the biggest moocher in the whole state of Texas.
Well, I'll get a free one off you yet. Now, how about giving a cash customer some service, boy?
Just one thing first.
What's that?
You sure you got a nickel? I mean, you ain't going to finish the soda and then tell me you lost the money through a hole in your pocket.
You ain't never going to forget that, are you? Well, this time I got the money.
5 cents?
Well, I got 4 cents. I'll give you IOU for the other penny.
That's all right. I'll trust you. You being a war hero and all that. What kind do you want?
What kind you got?
Oh, sarsaparilla, grape, orange, lime, cherry.
Hey, you got root beer?
Yep.
That's what I want.
All right. Here you are.
Hey, shove them straws down here, will you?
Sure you don't want me to drink it for you?
I can manage, thank you. Well, what are you waiting for, boy?
That's 4 cents, or do you want me to send you a bill at the end of the month?
Go on. Wait on that young fella that just come in.
Come on, let's see your money first. Be right there, mister.
All right. Money crazy, that's all you are. That's 1 penny.
Yep.
2.
Mm-hmm.
Say, it's an Indian head penny. 1907.
Come on, hurry up.
3. Now, that's funny. I'd have swore I had another penny.
Got another hole in your pocket?
Oh, I guess I just forgot to sew up the old.
How about it, mister? I'm in a hurry.
Coming. Want to see the menu?
No. Give me packed gum.
All right, what flavor?
Peppermint.
Hey, Tom. How about a glass with some ice in it?
You trying to bankrupt me or something? Here's your gum. That'd be a whole nickel. Thank you. 5 cents out of a quarter.
I'll take that folding money.
What? Put down that gun.
Just give me the money and hurry it up.
Hey, Tom.
Shut up, old man. Stay back.
Let me have that gun. Give me that gun. Give me it. Come here, you. Stop. Stop or I'll shoot. Stop. Mr. I got the truck. General. You're bleeding. Oh, no.
Tom Baker notified the sheriff's office of the attempted robbery and killing. Sheriff Lon Gunther could not be reached immediately, and the assistance of the Texas Rangers was requested. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned and arrived at the scene 10 minutes later. The sheriff arrived soon after, and he joined the ranger in questioning Mr. Baker.
Is the gun on the counter, Mr. Baker?
Yeah, that's it, Ranger. I was trying to get it away from the guy when it went off. I never should have done it. I should have just given him the money. The General might be alive right now if I had.
No, there's no use figuring that way, Tom.
Well,
You cover him up with those towels?
Yeah, I couldn't stand them people looking in at him.
Yeah, I know how you feel, Tom. All of us who knew him had a soft spot for the old boy.
You know, it's a funny thing. I never did know his real name.
Mm-hmm. How'd the killer escape?
The truck. I fired at him a few times before he drove off.
You hit him?
I don't think so, but I know I put a couple holes in the back of the truck.
What kind was it?
Half-ton pickup painted red.
Did you get the license number?
No, I didn't.
How about the make and year?
Well, I don't know the make, but I'd say it was about a 34 model.
Where was the truck parked?
Under the live oak over there. You can see through the window here. It's right over there.
Uh-huh.
And it was parked kind of catty corner, so he had to jump in the right side.
Could you see into the cab?
No, I couldn't.
What'd the man look like?
Oh, about average height, dark hair, just an ordinary-looking guy.
How old?
His 20s, I'd say.
How was he dressed?
Denim pants, a black cowboy shirt with white piping. Like tore his sleeve off when we was fighting.
We'll put out an all-points bulletin, Sheriff. You might not find it so easy to hide a red truck with bullet holes in it. While waiting for the JP to authorize the removal of the body, I put out an APB on the truck and the killer. The sheriff and I then drove Tom Baker down to the sheriff's office to get his statement and let him look over the mug files. About 2 hours later, we got a call from the Highway Patrol. They'd found the truck abandoned on Farm Road 107, about 25 miles east of Avon. The license tags were missing, but from the motor number, the Highway Patrol was able to get the owner's name. The truck belonged to a man named Ed Jaffe, who lived on a ranch about 7 miles from where the truck was found. Sheriff and I drove out to talk to him. Jaffe must be working on shares here. Why do you say that? The place belongs to old man Robinson. He's been living up at Fort Worth last couple of years. Jaffe ain't taking care of it the way he did.
Yes?
Howdy, ma'am. I'm Sheriff Gunther. This is Ranger Pearson. Is Ed Jaffe here?
Oh, did you find our truck?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it, Martha?
A ranger and a sheriff. They found the truck.
Dead?
Come on in, won't you?
Thanks.
I just got back from my sister's. Been there over Labor Day. And when Ed told me our truck was stolen, I was just sick about it.
Howdy, Ranger. Sheriff.
Howdy.
You fellas sure work fast. Just reported that truck missing about a half hour ago.
Yeah?
Where'd you find it?
About 7 miles down the road.
Yeah, well, I can take the bus down and pick it up, I guess.
We'd like to ask you a few questions first.
Sure. Yeah, what about?
Where was your truck stolen from?
Right outside the house. I'll show you where I had it parked. I'll be right back, Martha.
Well, let me know if you go over to get the truck.
Yeah, that's no, honey. I had it parked right over there by the corral.
You didn't know it was gone till 30 minutes ago, huh?
That's right.
Tell me, don't I know you from somewhere, Mr. Jaffe?
Got a good memory, Ranger. That was a long time ago, 4 years.
Over in Coleman County, wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
Ranger Morgan brought you in, didn't he?
Yeah.
What for?
Oh, burglary. Knocked over a filling station and did 18 months at Huntsville. But I'm out of that racket for good.
Yeah?
Darn right, I'm ranching now. I ain't fixing to spend no more time at Huntsville.
I guess you wouldn't know then about your truck being used in a robbery and murder, would you?
Oh, wait a minute. I don't know anything like that.
You think it's just a coincidence?
Look, I made a mistake once and I paid for it. 18 months. Now, if my truck was used like you say, don't try to pin it on me just because I got a record.
The killing took place about 5 hours ago. How come you waited until half an hour ago to report your truck was stolen?
Because I didn't know it was gone till then. I wasn't here. Besides, why'd I call the cops if I was tied up in it?
To try to look innocent, maybe? That's been tried lots of times.
But
Where were you this morning?
I was with Will Hicks at his place about 3 miles from here.
All morning?
That's right. I was up in them shingles roof. Look, you're just picking on me because I got a record.
If you're innocent, you got nothing to worry about.
Look, I couldn't have been mixed up in no crime if I was at Will's place. And I was there from 7 this morning till noon.
Yeah? Well, let's go talk to this friend of yours and see if your alibi holds up. At his house over there?
Yeah, just turned down this dirt road.
There's somebody working on the roof, all right.
Sure, that's Will. I told you he was putting shingles on it. Don't you want me to come with you?
No, you stay here with the sheriff. Mr. Hicks?
Yeah.
Can you come down for a while? I want to talk to you.
Just a minute. Get this roof finished. Say it's going to rain tonight. What can I do for you, Ranger?
You know where Ed Jaffe was this morning?
Ed? Oh, why, sure. He's right here with me. Oh, say, what's he doing over there in the car with the sheriff?
We've been talking to him. How long was he here this morning?
Oh, let's see. I drove over and got him about 7. He helped me on the roof till about noon, I guess.
Did you take him home then?
Yeah, he had to get started on his chores. Are you checking up about his pickup being stolen?
That's part of it.
Hey, we saw it was missing as soon as we got over to his place.
Did Mr. Jaffe leave you at any time during the morning?
No, we were working together the whole time. You know, I'm surprised this isn't a range on just a car theft.
It's more than that, Mr. Hicks. Your friend's truck was used in a robbery and killing.
Killing?
Yeah. I'd like you to come down to the sheriff's office in Avon and make a written statement about Jaffe being here all morning.
Well, is that necessary?
I'm afraid so.
Well, say, Ranger, can I do that a little later, in about an hour? I'd like to get this roof finished if I can. The radio said we're going to have rain tonight.
That'll be all right, Mr. Hicks. We'll see you then. And thanks for your help.
Well, that's okay.
What'd he tell you, Ranger?
He says you were here, all right.
You gonna take me home now?
Not yet. I want someone to take a look at you.
Who's that?
The man who saw the killer face to face. We drove Ed Jaffe into town and took him into the sheriff's office. We had Tom Baker look at him. He was positive Jaffe was not the killer. We had one of the sheriff's deputies drive Jaffe back to his ranch and proceeded to show Tom Baker more mugshots of every man picked up for robbery in the county within recent years. An hour later, Mr. Baker was still looking.
This one? No? No? No.
How about this one, Mr. Baker?
No. Let me see. No, nothing like him.
Yeah, that's the last of this bunch.
I declare I'm bushed. Must have looked at 1,000 of these pictures.
Not quite, but these are the most likely ones.
You mean you got more?
Thousands of them. We'll have to get them from Austin.
Oh, excuse me. They didn't tell me you were busy.
Come on in, Mr. Hicks. We're just about finished.
Sorry it took so long getting here.
That's okay. Mr. Hicks, this is Tom Baker.
Howdy.
Howdy. Ranger, is there anything else I can do for you now?
I guess you might as well go home and get some rest. You had a rough day. We'll call you just as soon as we get those other mugshots here.
All right. I am kind of done in. I'll be over at the beanery when you want me.
So long, Tom.
Bye, Mr. Baker. Sit down, Mr. Hicks. We'll take your statement now.
Thanks. Ranger, I got to tell you something.
What is it?
That fella just left here. Is he the one who saw the killer?
Yeah.
Has he seen Ed?
Just a little while ago. He definitely cleared him, though.
Well, I'm sure glad to hear that. But I still got to tell you something.
What's on your mind, Mr. Hicks?
Well, it's hard for me to say this. I never lied to no officer of the law before. But I just thought I was doing Ed a favor and it wouldn't hurt nobody.
What do you mean?
Well, Ed come to me just before noon. You know his wife was away.
Yeah.
And he said he'd been down here in town seeing some gal he knows. You know how some fellas are.
And what about it?
Well, he told me his pickup was really stolen in front of this gal's house. He didn't want his wife to find out where he was. So he asked me to tell her or anybody else that he was with me all morning, helping to fix my roof.
He wasn't with you?
No, sir. He wasn't.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
Well, when you told me it wasn't just a stolen truck, but a killing, why, I just didn't know what to do.
Uh-huh. Well, that sure puts a new light on things. In the first place, I don't think there was a woman.
Why do you say that, Jace?
Look, if his truck really was stolen in town, he'd have gone to your office and reported it. He wouldn't have mentioned who he was visiting.
Well, then why'd he tell me that story about a woman?
So you'd come to his rescue and say he was with you all morning?
Yeah, but now, Jace, if there was no woman, why would he want to use Hicks as an alibi?
Because maybe that truck of his wasn't stolen at all. Maybe he was driving it himself this morning.
Now, hold on, Jace. That mule won't pull. Baker said himself Jaffe wasn't the killer.
I know, Sheriff. But Baker saw only one man. That doesn't mean there wasn't another one waiting in the truck.
Come to think of it, he did say the killer climbed in on the right side.
And I got a feeling that on the left side was the driver, Ed Jaffe. Come on, Sheriff. We're going to pick him up.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
20 seconds from now, a fire will break out somewhere in the United States, causing untold misery and devastation. Yes, every 20 seconds, all day long, a fresh fire starts in a home or a factory or a forest. More than 11,000 persons are killed annually by these fires. The most tragic part of this statement lies in the fact that more than 90% of all fires in the home start through sheer carelessness and could be avoided. Here are a few simple rules of safety which will help you to protect your home and your loved ones from the ravages of fire. First, do not smoke in bed or discard lighted cigarettes carelessly. Second, clean out old newspapers, magazines, and other inflammable debris. Third, repair all defective wiring and electrical equipment at once. Fourth, use only those cleaning fluids which will not burn. And fifth, be careful with matches. Keep them out of reach of small children. You can't afford to gamble with fire. The odds are against you every time. And now, back to Tales of the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Stick Up.
With Jaffe no longer having an alibi, the sheriff and I were pretty sure he could have been involved in the killing. We had the local magistrate issue a search warrant and headed out to Jaffe's place. It was about 5:30 in the afternoon when we pulled up in front of his house. Mrs. Jaffe heard our car approaching and came out to see who it was. Howdy, ma'am.
Jaffe? How come you wouldn't let Ed bring the truck back?
Afraid we have to hold it for a while, for evidence.
Your husband here, Mrs. Jaffe?
No, he's out moving the cows from the lower section up to the north range.
How long ago did he leave?
He took off just after he got back from town, about half an hour ago.
Is he on foot?
No, he saddled up the mare. You gents want to come in, wait for him?
No, thanks. I think we'll ride out and meet him.
Could I borrow one of your horses, ma'am?
Why, sure, Sheriff. Take that roan from the corral over there.
Thanks. I'll get charcoal out of the trailer.
If you want to wait, I know Ed'll be back pretty soon.
I'm afraid the business we've got with your husband, ma'am, won't wait. The sheriff and I saddled up and took off across the fields in the direction Mrs. Jaffe had indicated. Ed Jaffe's tracks were easy to follow, but they did not lead to the lower section. Instead, they led to a dry wash about 4 miles from the house.
What in the world do you think Jaffe came down here for?
I don't know. Hey, wait a minute, Sheriff.
Whoa. What is it, Jace?
A lot of cigarette butts over there.
Yeah. Plenty of foot tracks here, too. Well, they must have stayed here quite a spell, or he wouldn't smoke this many.
Not Jaffe, Sheriff. Someone else. Look at all these footprints. They're made by a man wearing shoes, not boots like Jaffe.
Yeah. You think this other fellow could be the killer? Maybe hiding out here and Jaffe came to meet him?
I don't know. Jaffe met someone here, all right.
Yeah. Whoever it was, he sure must have been nervous. Darn near wore a rut in the dirt, pacing up and down.
Come here, Sheriff.
What is it, Jace? Find something else?
Yeah, black shirt. Spotted the edge of it sticking out from under the brush.
White piping and a torn sleeve. Like the one Baker said the killer wore.
I guess Jaffe brought him a change of clothing.
I wonder where they went.
We better find out before they get too far. There's the tracks Jaffe's horse made leaving here.
Yeah.
Hold still. Let's go, Charky.
I don't see the other fellow's tracks, Jace.
They must be riding double with Jaffe.
That could slow him down, son.
Uh-huh. Come on, Sheriff. Let's knock on it.
Yeah.
Hey, Jace!
Oh, Charky. Oh, boy.
Jace, I saw Jaffe from up there. He was coming toward us.
You riding through the wash?
No, he's above it, coming this way.
Come on, Charky. Easy, boy. Easy.
He was alone, Jace. Just coming over that rise.
Yeah.
There, see him?
Yeah. What's on the other side of the rise?
The highway.
That's probably where he's been. Come on. Up.
Come on, boy. Look, he's turning around, Jace.
Jaffe, hold up!
He doesn't hear you.
He'll hear this. He heard that, all right.
He sure did.
You going to me, Ranger?
You know darn well we were, Jaffe.
Oh, boy.
Why'd you run?
I didn't hear you, honest. Not until I heard those shots. What's the matter?
Where's the man you met back there in that wash?
Man? What man? I don't know what you're talking about.
I just bet you don't.
Where you been?
I've just been up to the store.
Yeah? You sure you weren't taking your pal to the highway?
No, I just went to the store for a bottle of beer.
Come on, Jaffe. We're going back to that highway. The sheriff and I took Jaffe back to the highway. There was no sign of the other man. We went to the nearby store. The owner told us Jaffe had not been in all day. We then drove Jaffe into town and began questioning him. He kept insisting he was innocent.
Why do we have to go over the whole thing again, Ranger? I tell you, it's all a big mistake of some kind.
No use lying anymore, Jaffe. We followed your tracks and found that shirt on your property.
I never saw that shirt before. Look, Ranger, just because I got a record, that don't mean I'm mixed up in nothing.
Then why'd you lie about where you were this morning?
All right, I tell you. I was with a woman. I didn't want my wife to know when I...
What's her name?
I don't remember. I don't know it too well.
Where does she live?
I don't know the name of the street.
That story is no good, Jaffe.
What do you mean? You think I'm lying?
Yes.
Well, I ain't. You got no right to say that.
Now, listen to me, Jaffe. We know you spun that yarn to Hicks about a woman, so he'd give you an alibi for this morning. But you weren't with a woman, and you weren't with Hicks.
Yeah, well, where was I?
I'll tell you where you were. You were in your pickup truck. It wasn't stolen. You were driving it.
No, I wasn't.
You had this other fellow with you, the one wearing the black shirt, and the two of you stopped at Baker's Cafe.
No.
You kept the motor running while he went in.
I wasn't there, I tell you.
You're an accomplice, Jaffe. You're as guilty as if you pulled the trigger yourself.
Now, wait a minute. Look, suppose I was there. I was outside. I didn't tell him to go in there and knock over the place.
That's something you're going to have to prove in court. But if you don't tell us who the other fella is, you're going to stand this murder rap alone. They'll throw the book at you. You think I'm kidding?
Uh-huh.
Then who is he? What's his name?
Cal Martin. I met him about a month ago in Tipton. Just a punk. Works behind the soda fountain in the bowling alley over there.
Does he have a record?
He don't have nothing, including brains.
You put him up to the robbery?
No, I didn't know he was going to do nothing like that. He's just driving along, and he said he wanted to stop at Baker's place and get a drink of water. Said he was thirsty. So I stopped. Didn't know he had a gun on him.
After the old man was killed, what'd you do then?
We ditched the truck where you found it and hiked over toward my place. I told Martin to stay in that wash and keep out of sight till it got dark. Then I went over to Will Hicks and asked him to say I was with him.
Right after that, you called the highway patrol to report your truck was stolen.
Yeah. This afternoon, I took Martin one of my old shirts so we could get rid of that black one. Darn thing stood out like a sore thumb.
Where'd you take him?
Over at the highway. Flagged down a bus going toward Tipton.
Is that where he lives?
Yeah. We said he was going to pack and try to make it down to Mexico.
Let's get over to Tipton, Sheriff. Maybe if we hurry, we can change his plans. The sheriff booked Ed Jaffe immediately, and the two of us took off for Tipton. We arrived there about 9:30 that night. After getting a search warrant, we went to Martin's address, a room above a small hardware store. On the letterbox next to his name, it said Room 2. Reckon he's still here, Jay?
Could be. I phoned the bus station while you were getting the warrant. No bus leaving here till midnight. He's probably waiting in his room rather than go out in the street.
There's Room 2.
There's a light under the door. Guess he's still here.
Hear anything?
No.
Sounds like he's in there, Jace.
Open up, Martin. It's locked. You better cover me, Sheriff, while I break it in.
Well, he's gone.
Take a look in that closet.
Okay, Jace. Not in here, Jace.
I guess he...
What's the matter?
Shh. He's outside on the ledge next to the window. I saw the edge of his jeans.
What? Well, let's get him.
No. My jumper fall. Well, I guess he's already skipped, Sheriff.
Yeah, I guess he has, Jace.
Let's go.
All right.
We'll go down and try the bus station.
That's a good idea.
I have to get this door fixed tomorrow.
Yeah, we sure will.
Keep walking down the hall.
You think he'll come back in the room now?
Well, if he fell for our little act. He's going downstairs and outside. He might get scared and jump anyhow.
And you going back and wait at the door?
Yeah, keep going so he can hear your steps going down.
Okay, but you watch yourself, Jason.
Hold it, Martin.
All right, you got me. You got me.
What do you want me for, anyway? For killing the old man in Avon this morning?
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do
No
nothing.
use, Martin. Jaffe told us the whole story.
No, I don't believe it.
Well, he did.
Jason, you all right?
Yeah, everything's under control, Sheriff. You better put your cuffs on him.
Yeah. Come on, you put your hands up.
Look, I didn't even shoot anybody. It was an accident.
I'm afraid the law looks at it a little different, son. When you rob a place with a gun, it's never an accident.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
Tomorrow on most NBC stations, the Railroad Hour will bring you its 200th consecutive broadcast as Gordon MacRae and Dorothy Warren Scholes co-star in an original operetta. Yes, tomorrow marks the 200th week that the Railroad Hour has come into your homes to make your Monday evening more enjoyable. Tomorrow's operetta is based on the life of the famous pirate Jean Lafitte and is appropriately titled The Pirate of New Orleans. And to make your Monday night of music of NBC even more enjoyable, you want to hear both the Telephone Hour and the Voice of Firestone. Ezio Pinza will return to the Telephone Hour guest spot tomorrow to sing such favorites as Serenata and Into the Night. Christopher Lynch will be guest soloist on the Voice of Firestone, and he will sing the old refrain and Bless This House. So remember, for the finest in musical listening, consult your local newspaper for the time of these three programs on the NBC Radio Network. And join us tomorrow for the Railroad Hour, the Voice of Firestone, and the Telephone Hour. And now to the conclusion of tonight's Texas Rangers Adventure.
results of the case you have just heard.
Cal Martin and Ed Jaffe were charged with armed robbery and murder with malice. Jaffe was sent to the retrieve unit of the state penal system to serve a 30-year sentence. On February 9th, 1939, Cal Martin was sentenced to 32 years at the state penitentiary in Huntsville.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. McCrea is currently seen in San Francisco Story, a Warner Brothers release. The cast included Tony Barrett, Tom Tully, Leroy Leonard, Harley Bear, Junie Ellis, and Lamont Johnson. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Bernard Ederer and Robert A. White, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Tales of the Texas Rangers is heard each week overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Hal Gibney speaking.
Tonight, hear the Hollywood Bowl concert on NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.